Okay, I'd like to call to order the board meeting for the Folsom Cordova Unified School District on March 19th, 2026. Ms. Rochelle, if you could call roll.
Mr. Chalem-Turla?
Here.
Mr. Clark?
Here.
Ms. Lofthouse?
Here.
Mr. Reed?
Here.
Ms. Larrett?
Here.
All are present.
Okay, we will, doesn't look like we have any public comments, so we'll move to closed session where we will review student matters, employer-employee relations, conference with legal counsel, conference with real property negotiators, and personnel matters. We will recess and return after closed session. I'd like to call back to order the board meeting for Folsom Cordova Unified School District for March 19th, 2026. We will start with our land acknowledgement.
Roll call.
Roll call, right?
Sorry, roll call, yes. We're gonna start with roll call.
Ms. Wong?
Here.
Ms. Lopez-Petracca?
Here.
Mr. Chalem-Turla?
Here.
Mr. Clark?
Here.
Ms. Lofthouse?
Here.
Mr. Reed?
Here.
Ms. Larrett?
Here.
All are present. Please note for the record, Addie Long, student board member, is attending remotely.
Okay, now we will start with our land acknowledgements.
Yes, ma'am.
As the Folsom Cordova Unified School District, we acknowledge that our administrative facilities and schools occupy the unceded territory of the Nishanan and Miwok, the original people of the skies, land, and waters where we work and learn. We also recognize the presence and ancestral stewardship of the Nishanan ancestral tribes, the Esto, Notomuse, and Nisim Paunan to the north.
And the Miwok ancestral tribes and the Amakumne, Consumne, Hopumne, and Makomne to the south along the Great Sacramento River systems since time immemorial.
We understand this land upon which our institutions are built was once flourishing with the natural resources and sustained by the ancestral knowledge and practice of these indigenous communities.
We acknowledge the injustices of colonialism and attempted genocide that have impacted these communities and recognize the resilience of their descendants who continue to thrive today.
In our daily endeavors of teaching, learning, leadership, and community engagement, we commit to supporting, respecting, and honoring their culture, traditions, and lifeways.
We pledge to work together for the evolving vision of the Miwok and the Sion, especially all future generations.
Thank you. If you could just please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. A broadcast and recording is being made at the direction of the board, and the broadcast may capture images and sounds of those attending this meeting. Tonight's meeting is being live streamed on the district's YouTube channel. The recording will be cablecast as replays on Metro Cable, Channel 14, the local government affairs channel on Comcast, and DirecTV Uverse cable systems. The recording will also be closed captioned and videos streamed at metro14live.saccounty.gov. Folsom Cordova Unified School District Board Policy 1313 promotes mutual respect, civility, and orderly conduct among employees, parents, and the public. We will treat staff, parents, and members of the public with respect and ask the same in return. If any member of the public uses obscenities or communicates in a demanding, loud, insulting, or demeaning manner, the board will calmly and politely admonish the person to communicate civilly. Public comments during board meetings are an important component of public engagement and transparency. Public comment will be limited to the subject matter of agenda items. Comments on the subject matter not listed on the agenda will be limited to the period of time reserved on the agenda for general public comment and should be relevant to subject matter within the jurisdiction of the board or district. Members of the public will not be permitted to yield their speaking time to another member of the public. All written comments submitted by 2 p.m. today to the board have been read, and per the Brown Act, the board is not allowed to enter into two-way discussion on any matter not on the agenda. We move on to item D, District Recognition Month, National Women's History Month.
Yeah, the district would love to invite Chelsea Cunha to the microphone, one of our teachers at Mitchell Middle School and a member of our equity lead.
Thank you. Good evening, Board Member Larrett, members of the board, and Superintendent Swanson. My name is Chelsea Cunha. I'm an equity leader and teacher at Mitchell Middle School. Tonight, I will be presenting on Women's History Month. This month provides an opportunity to reflect on the significant contributions women have made and continue to make for shaping our communities, our schools, and our future. In education especially, women have played a powerful role as leaders, educators, advocates, and innovators who help create environments where students can thrive. Tonight, I would like to briefly highlight the origins of Women's History Month and recognize several women whose leadership reflects the values of learning, service, and equity that guide our work in FCUSD. Women's History Month began locally in 1978 in Sonoma County, California, when educators organized a Women's History Day to highlight women's contributions that were often overlooked in traditional history curriculum. The movement grew quickly. In 1980, President Jimmy Carter proclaimed the first National Women's History Week, recognizing the vital role women have played in American history. Just a few years later, in 1987, Congress expanded the recognition to the entire month of March, which we now celebrate annually. Today, Women's History Month serves both as a celebration and a reminder of celebrating the achievements of women throughout history while continuing to inspire the next generation of leaders. This year's theme is Leading the Change, Women Shaping a Sustainable Future. And it highlights the ways women are leading progress across fields such as environmental science, education, social justice, and public leadership. Across the world, women are developing innovative solutions to complex challenges, whether advancing climate science, strengthening communities, or advocating for equity and opportunity. For us in education, the theme also reminds us of the responsibility we have to ensure students see themselves reflected in leadership, scholarship, and service. By uplifting these stories, we help students understand that leadership takes many forms and that their voices and ideas can help shape the future. To honor the theme, I want to highlight a few women whose work reflects leadership, courage, and impact. First is Jane Goodall, a world-renowned scientist whose research informed our understanding of animals and the environment. Her work has also inspired generations of young people to become stewards of the planet and advocates for sustainability. Next is Linda Thurlow, one of our own leaders here in Folsom Cordova Unified. Through her leadership in administrative services, she helps create the systems that support our schools. Personnel, fiscal, and operations function effectively so educators and students can succeed. Her leadership reflects service, resilience, and a commitment to strengthening our district community. We also want to recognize Bell Hooks, an influential scholar and educator who challenged us to think deeply about equity, identity, and the role of education in creating a more just society. Finally, Justice Sonia Sotomayor, the first Latina justice on the United States Supreme Court, whose life story demonstrates the transformative power of education, mentorship, and perseverance. Quick shout out to Mitchell Middle School that I got to lead a group of students in a Zoom call with Sotomayor in 2021 during distance learning. It was a really amazing experience. She sent all the students autographed copies of the book, and she told her story growing up and the hardships she went through and why she wanted to pursue politics, and she was really inspiring. So that was kind of a cool shout out for FCUSD to get that experience. Each of these women reminds us that leadership can emerge from many places: science, education, public service, and community advocacy. As we celebrate Women's History Month, we recognize not only historic figures, but also the women in our schools and community who lead every day as educators, administrators, staff members, caregivers, and mentors. Their work helps shape inclusive learning environments and expands opportunities for the students we serve. Thank you to the board and to our FCUSD community for continuing to support environments where leadership, equity, and opportunity can flourish for all. Thank you.
Thank you. We will move on to item E, Secondary School Spotlight, Folsom High School.
All right, Bulldogs, come on up.
Good evening, Board President Lorette, members of the board, and Superintendent Swanson. We're from Folsom High School. My name is Eva Serrano.
I'm Noah Johnson,
I'm Jade Lim.
I'm Deborah Olentunbisu.
and we're here to highlight Folsom High School. So to start off, we have our Academic team. They are our 2026 Sacramento County champions, and they are going down to Santa Clara right now, and they're gonna be there till Sunday competing in the national championships.
Moving on to our theater department, our spring play this year is Agatha Rex. It takes a modern twist on a classical Greek tragedy. It explores power, loyalty, passion, and rebellion. It also teaches what it takes to stand up for what you believe in. Opening night is tonight, and we can't wait to see what's in store.
And for sports, some of recent accomplishments from our athletes. So 10 Bulldog wrestlers advanced to state championships, and they finished 15th out of 900 teams. And 3 of them actually medaled, Kingston Cruzat, Pia Hill, and Orion Hill. And also our boys basketball team advanced to state championships at Golden One Center this last weekend.
And from CSC, in the first week of March, we celebrated Cultural Awareness Week. Throughout the week, there were many different activities to celebrate our campus diversity and bring students together. Here are some of the activities we had. Wednesday, there was a food fair that included a variety of ethnic foods and leaflets made by CDSC that shared fun facts about the culture of each truck. During lunch all week, we played cultural music from a playlist created by students all around campus. We also played games like Mancala and cricket during lunches. On Thursday, we had cultural attire / flag color day, in which we demonstrated and celebrated the origins of each student. The Spirit Day helped promote International Night that took place that same evening. There were many performances, food booths, highlighting different countries from around the world. Finally, on Friday, we had Bulldog Blue Unit Spirit Day. It celebrated our unity and coming together as a campus.
Our Culture and Diversity Student Council works hard to help create a positive campus environment. They meet monthly as a group and often work during pause to get some extra work in. CDSC highlights monthly cultural holidays, organizes various cultural activities, and played a big role in collaborating with student government for Cultural Awareness Week. There are regular collaborations and communications between CDSC and student government to make sure we are doing our best to reach everyone we can on campus. In addition, CDSC's main goal has always been to foster awareness about the many cultures of Folsom High's diverse population. We want to celebrate and recognize our student body for who they are and where they come from. Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions from the board at all? Fantastic. Will you guys take a picture with us up in the front? Perfect.
I'm here. Let's go. Yes. Yeah. Well, that's awesome. Perfect. Okay. Oh, good. Great.
1, 2, 3, and then don't move, just in case there's anybody in the audience. Right, I'll get out of the way. Good? Very good, thank you so much.
Appreciate it, y'all.
Okay, we will move on to item 5, reporting out of closed session. Superintendent?
Yes, in closed session, the board voted unanimously to initiate termination proceedings against a district teacher, and that is all I have to report.
Thank you. We'll move on to item 6, adoption of agenda. Moved by Mr. Clark.
I'll second.
Second by Ms. Lofthouse. Ms. Rochelle?
Ms. Luong?
Aye.
Ms. Lopez Petracca?
Aye.
Mr. Chalem-Churla?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Ms. Larrett?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, we will move on to item 7, agenda consent.
Madam President?
Yes.
Can I please recommend the district would like to pull item B from consent, and then we also need to pull items G, H, and I.
Yes, thank you. So I'll entertain a motion for all items besides those 4.
I'll move.
Moved by Ms. Lofthouse,
I'll second.
second by Mr. Clark.
Ms. Luong?
Aye.
Ms. Lopez Petracca?
Aye.
Mr. Chalem-Churla?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Ms. Larrett?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Mr. Superintendent?
Yeah, with the board's action right there, we have some exciting news to announce for some new teammates here in our district. I'd like to invite Dr. Shadi Safi up to the microphone. Folsom Cordova is excited and pleased to announce that Dr. Shadi Safi will join the Cordova High School team as the next Lancer and assistant principal for the 2026-2027 school year. Dr. Safi comes to Cordova High having most recently served as an assistant principal at Roseville City School District. Prior to that, he served as a high school administrator for 3 years as the dean of students at Turlock High and as a high school science teacher in anatomy, biology, and chemistry. At the core, Dr. Safi's work is unwavering commitment to students who have been historically underserved. He believes that struggling students are not simply a subgroup. They are individuals who deserve to be seen, heard, and championed. His approach centers on building genuine relationships so that every student knows they are cared for and that they matter. This philosophy drives his dedication to making a meaningful impact on the academic success of all students. Dr. Safi holds a Bachelor of Science in Biology, a Master of Arts in Education, and a Doctorate in Educational Leadership. Having recently relocated into our district community, Dr. Safi is excited to put down roots and become a part of the Cordova High School family. We warmly welcome Dr. Shadi Safi to Team FCUSD.
Good evening and thank you, everyone. As the superintendent just mentioned, I just moved here, so I'm super excited to serve the community and I can't wait. Thank you, everyone.
Perfect. Dr. Safi, you said you had a 10-minute speech for us, so.
I know.
All right. All right. Folsom Cordova is pleased to announce Kendra Shelton as our next principal for Theodore Judah Elementary School starting in the 26 and 2027 school year. As a member of the Folsom community and a parent of 2 FCUSD students, Ms. Shelton comes to Theodore Judah Elementary School with an eagerness to serve the school and community. With 25 years of experience in the field of education, Mrs. Shelton brings a dynamic blend of collaborative leadership and heart for kids, families, and staff. As the principal of Pershing Elementary in Orangevale for the past decade, and previously as principal of Natomas Park Elementary in Natomas, she has led 2 schools with advanced academic programs and diverse populations. Among other leadership roles, Mrs. Shelton also led early learning programs for children aged birth through 5 and their families under the First 5 Sacramento grant in Natomas Unified and began her career as an elementary classroom teacher. Mrs. Shelton demonstrates a passion for cultivating supportive learning environments where students and adults who serve them thrive. I am honored and excited to join the esteemed team at Theodore Judah, says Mrs. Shelton. I look forward to beginning my role at Theodore Judah, listening closely to the needs and goals of students, families, and staff as we collaborate together to support the strong culture of our school. It is my goal for every member of the school community to know our campus is where they truly belong and that together we will support them on their path to reach excellence and self-actualization. Mrs. Shelton holds a bachelor's degree in liberal studies from California State University, Chico, and a master's degree in educational leadership and policy studies from California State University, Sacramento, demonstrating her ongoing dedication to continuous learning and professional development. Join us in welcoming Mrs. Shelton to Team FCUSD as we embark on a journey of growth and academic keep clapping achievement under her leadership.
Thank you so much. It's an honor to join the team, and I'm excited to get to work.
Perfect. Thank you, Mrs. Shelton. And one real quick anecdote that you don't know I'm about to share, but our Executive Director of Human Resources, David Bird, said, I believe it was him that was walking Mrs. Shelton on campus at Judah to the first round interview, and one of your former students saw you and ran immediately over to you and gave you a hug and asked what you were doing there. And so confidentiality, boop, out the door. So we're really excited to welcome you here. So up next, we are thrilled to welcome Dr. Jason Javier Watson as the next principal of Folsom Middle School for the 26-27 school year. A dedicated educator and resident of Folsom, Dr. Javier Watson brings over 2 decades of experience in school leadership, instructional improvement, and community engagement to our campus. Dr. Javier Watson joins us from Vista del Lago High School, where he has served as assistant principal since 2022. During his tenure there, he was instrumental in fostering an inclusive school culture while also encouraging deep collaboration among teachers by partnering with professional learning teams to enhance instructional strategies through data-driven analysis. His background is deeply rooted in supporting student success through rigorous instruction and positive behavioral interventions. Prior to joining FCUSD, Jason served as an assistant principal at St. Francis College Preparatory Catholic High School in Sacramento for 4 years. Thank you to the board, the faculty and staff of Folsom Middle School, and the family, said Dr. Javier Watson. I'm excited and honored to continue serving the Folsom community as the new principal of Folsom Middle School. Go Jaguars. Dr. Javier Watson holds a doctorate in reading, writing, and literacy, as well as a master's in urban education from the University of Pennsylvania. He earned his bachelor's degree in sociology and Spanish from the University of Kansas. With his deep commitment to academic excellence and his passion for building strong supportive school communities, we are confident that Dr. Javier Watson will be a wonderful leader for our students, staff, and families at Folsom Middle School.
Thank you, Board. It's an honor to continue to serve at FCUSD. Go Jaguars.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. We will move on to item B, approve the 2025-2026 Folsom Cordova Unified School District Transportation Plan.
Yeah, welcome Sean Martin to the podium, and I think we have a presentation on this item as well. Mrs. Campos.
Good evening, Board. And so we pulled this item off of consent. Historically, last year or the last 2 years, we've had it on the consent agenda. It's more of a obligatory responsibility for us to do. There we go. As part of receiving funding around AB 181. So a few years back, the state put in the process that we can get 60% reimbursement the following year on our home to school transportation costs. To receive those funds, though, we do have to do a plan. And so I just wanted to come forward and make sure everybody was aware of the requirements of this and walk through the process. And so within the plan, we are required to try to prioritize students grade TK through 6, students that are low income. And additionally, we have to ensure that we're meeting our legal requirements to support students that have requirement of transportation services due to an IEP request, or students that either McKinney-Vento or foster youth. So McKinney-Vento would be homeless services or foster youth. And so that's really the heart of the requirement of the plan. Additionally, we do have some other pieces here that we have to ensure the board approves it before April 1st, and that's why it's on the March session. It's actually, you're approving the 25-26 plan tonight. And then you also have to ensure that we bring it forward to get community feedback through our parents, students, and staff. And so the plan itself went through our SBAC committee. Again, the plan has not changed over the last 2 years. We keep the structures in place. How we ensure that we're prioritizing students TK through 6, we offer different radiuses for the non-service area based upon grade span. And so we have shorter distances for the lower age students, and so that's how we prioritize those other students. Additionally, when it comes to special education students or students that are McKinney-Vento or foster, they are actually, when we look at prioritization of routes, they are the first groups that are identified within our priority of service. So that's how we make sure we meet those requirements. And then when it comes to low-income pupils, we waive all fees associated with transportation. That's how we meet that requirement as well. And so at this point, we're just asking that you approve the plan, and we will be able to receive our $5 million next year. Any questions?
Madam President?
Yes.
Question. So when are we expected to receive this money?
So the way it works, it's actually part of what we call the principal apportionment, or it's the allocation model that we get our primary funding sources. So it actually is actually it's 13-month allocation formula. So there's a formula that we get about anywhere from 20% to 5% in any one month based off of our prior year home to school transportation expenditures.
Okay. The other question I had, obviously this was reviewed by the superintendent's BAC committee, right? Did we get any other notice out to our parents that lived in that area, just as an explanation such as you just did? Just to kind of let them know what we're doing?
So there wouldn't be any particular area. This is a district-wide plan.
Okay.
It's not again, I think there was some questions about the decisions that were made about changes to routes for 26, 27. This
Right.
plan is totally independent of that conversation. So totally different piece. This is just meeting the
Requirements.
the regulation requirements to ensure that we can get our reimbursement. Decisions with regards to routing and coverage areas, that is actually an operational decision. We did present that to the board. We did run that through the SBAC committee, and then we've communicated to that community. And in fact, we're following up with the community that is going to be impacted by the reductions with a survey coming out probably next week. I'm working with our communications team to get out a survey to the families to see if there is interest. We're trying to find some alternative options for them as well. So we've reached out to SAC Regional Transit, and then we're reaching out to private vendors potentially to see if we can help some of those families. So.
Any other questions?
Yes, ma'am. Sean, I think you mentioned this is, I know there's a confusion, even my confusion. I was asking a couple of times to Mr. Swanson. Administrative regulations, AR, board policy. So board policy has been already approved at high level, and you guys are making these administrative regulations, and that's part of the 3 miles radius for middle schools and 4 miles radius for high schools. I just want to clarify that to everyone.
Exactly.
Publicly to myself as well. Right?
Yes. So what I would share to the public, if there are questions about transportation, the decisions around the operations of transportation are handled by my team. So myself and my team of transportation, we determine the operational standards that we can do to provide transportation services. So that is a decision that's held at the staff level, not at the board level. Yes.
Right. And quite a few of us received some concerns from south side of the 50, all the new construction, at least a couple of them from American River Canyon.
Sure.
The point I want to make, if this board wants to make any changes, that should happen at the board policy level.
That is correct.
And then you guys can go through, based on the board policy level, all the administrative regulations, whatever it is, add more buses or cut more buses, whatever it is, right?
Correct. That is correct.
So
we have I'm sorry, I was just going to share. We have board policy, education code, and then obviously any legislative changes as well, which normally is ed code, but it can be other references as well.
Makes sense, right? And my point it is, when the board, again, I'm 15 months into it, and I'm trying to recollect. I always look for David and Kara. They are the great team members on the board policy, preparations, even though we approve. The situation, what we are implementing, I'm going to speak for south of 50.
Yes, sure.
The people coming from there to this side, the situation is not like any other surroundings because brand new construction is going on. No infrastructure in place for people to come this side without a car. And also, there is already 12,000 people living. And the policy we are going to, of course, this is slightly different, but I just want to bring to the people's, idea as well.
Sure.
And the next middle school, high school may be coming 3 to 5 years somewhere, provided everyone is going to support the district-wide bond that brings more money. So another 8,000 people are going to join the south of 50. So right now, already 12,000. So the concern is there is only one thoroughfare, East Bedwell.
Right.
And if you see it in the morning, it is already super hectic.
Yes.
Right? And at the schools, Superintendent Swanson, I was visiting some of the schools. The traffic is peak already. It's 40 minutes to 45 minutes. By keeping the transportation, at least in some scenarios, it makes sense more. Of course, you guys are doing the AR, administrative regulations.
Yeah.
My request to this board is there a way this board can consider at the board policy level incorporating these kind of special situations? No infrastructure on that side, how people are going to get into this side of the high schools, where we are going to cut. So my request is going to be, we have to reconsider the board policies which will help for future, I'm talking. I get that this is 25, 26, but going, future years, we have to rethink. There will be 20,000 people are going to be living on that side. There is no high school, middle school, and they're all has to cross this side.
Sure.
And Oak Avenue Parkway, and Empire Ranch interchange, 10 years minimum to even think about it, right? That's not going to be there.
Yeah.
It's going to be the only thoroughfare of East Bed. I just want to bring those because I personally went when this came in last January. I literally in the morning from 7:45 to 8:30, I was at the overpass, literally watching the traffic.
Yeah.
It's hectic.
Yes. Yeah.
So
no,
I just want to request this board on the board policy, not on the AR, not on this one. I just want to put that.
I think that's something that we could probably address in future agenda items at the end of the meeting, as a possible discussion. So, but I think for this, we need to move on with this particular discussion, and then we can discuss that.
Yep. Okay.
When we do that.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Madam President?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll just simply agree with YK on that point, understanding that this does not relate to this agenda item, and I agree with you. That's something that we can put on the agenda at the end of the evening for a future meeting. On this agenda item, I just want to clarify, Sean, this specifically is looking backwards. This is the 2025, 2026 that we're approving for the purposes of reimbursement, correct?
that's correct.
Okay, so apples and oranges. Yep. All right, so are you a public comment or are we?
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any public comments?
None received.
With that, then I will entertain a motion on this.
I'll move.
Moved by Mr. Reed,
I'll second.
second by Ms. Lofthouse.
Ms. Thuong,
Aye.
Ms. Lopez Petracca,
Aye.
Mr. Chalem Churla,
I for $5 million.
Mr. Clark,
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse,
Aye.
Mr. Reed,
Aye.
Ms. Larrett.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Move on to item G, approve expulsion recommendation case number 2526-10S. I will entertain a motion.
I'll move.
Moved by Mr. Clark.
Second?
Go ahead. Second by Mr. Chalem-Churla.
Ms. Thuong,
Abstain.
Ms. Lopez Petracca,
Abstain.
Mr. Chalem Churla,
Aye.
Mr. Clark,
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse,
Aye.
Mr. Reed,
Aye.
Ms. Larrett.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Moving on to item H, approve expulsion recommendation case number 2526-11S. Entertain a motion.
I'll move.
Moved by Mr. Chalem-Churla,
I'll second.
second by Ms. Lofthouse.
Ms. Thuong,
Abstain.
Ms. Lopez Petracca,
Abstain.
Mr. Chalem Churla,
Aye.
Mr. Clark,
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse,
Aye.
Mr. Reed,
Aye.
Ms. Larrett.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, moving on to item I, approve expulsion recommendation case number 2526-12S.
I'll move item I.
Moved by Mr. Chalem-Churla,
I'll second.
second by Ms. Lofthouse.
Ms. Thuong,
Aye. Oh, nope, sorry. Abstain. I'm sorry.
Ms. Lopez Petracca,
Abstain.
Mr. Chalem Churla,
Aye.
Mr. Clark,
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse,
Aye.
Mr. Reed,
Aye.
Ms. Larrett.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
And moving on to
Madam
item
President?
Yes.
Can I please make a request regarding the order of the agenda? I see some Lancer baseball players in the back of the room, and I know we have about a 3-minute item that is a celebration at the very end of our agenda. So if we're able to knock out that 3 minutes now, we're going to save them 3 to 4 hours of waiting. They're in their red, And I played against Cordova High when I was at Sac High, and Jeff Jenkins hit a home run on us every single time. And then he went to the big leagues, and I shouldn't be honoring them, but I'm really excited about this opportunity. So Mr. Rouse, could you please come up to the lectern and share this really, really fantastic news for the Cordova High Lancers in our district?
And no excuse for not doing homework also, right?
That's right. And Coach, make sure all these boys do their homework tonight because they're not, okay.
Good evening, Board President Larrett, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Swanson. I come here tonight with some exciting news. Staff is recommending, or not recommending, we're moving forward with building a varsity baseball field at Cordova High School. And looking at the facilities comprehensive plan and doing some value engineering on the front of the campus, the entry to the main stadium, and some value engineering on the bleacher project, and also being able to manage some of the projects ongoing on Cordova High School with our in-house staff. We were able to find savings to go back into look at and moving forward with this baseball field, varsity baseball field at Cordova High School. So as you can see up on the screen, the area in the brown, that's phase one. And tracking with the facilities comprehensive plan, came up with a budget that allowed us to incorporate building phase one, which is the brown field area with the main field itself with the dugouts and the bullpens. There's two other phases to this project, as you can see in the different colors. The blue area there is what we're calling the plaza area, which will be a concession restroom area with an opportunity to have outdoor seating. So you can watch softball, baseball, and different games from that location in the center. And then the third phase is moving back towards the varsity softball field out the main entry, which would have a sign, concrete work, landscaping, and just really give it a really grand entry into this whole plaza area. So the good news is that we moved forward. We've hired a design team. We've already started the schematic design drawings, approved the plan, and we're moving forward to go through design drawings and then do construction drawings and get these plans into the DSA for state approval, hopefully at the end of summer. So as the plans come out of DSA, as soon as they come out, we'll go ahead and put the project out to bid. And if we get it out in time, we'll hopefully get ready for the start of the 2027 season. But as we're tracking with the state, DSA, and their timelines, it looks like the plans will come out closer to the end of November, December. So that means that we won't be able to start until 27, and we might miss that deadline. So as we go through this process and we work on, with our design team and getting the plans in, if the timeline moves up, we will update the board on schedule-wise if we're able to get the project moving sooner. But the good news is that we were able to move forward with this. So also, we are working with the city of Rancho Cordova. We had a meeting with their staff, and we presented this plan, and they're looking at opportunities for legacy projects. And they'll be getting back to the district on if there's any opportunities for us to collaborate for what we're calling phase 2 or phase 3. We're really looking at the phase 2 area with the plaza and the concession restroom area. In phase 1, we're going to be able to incorporate the infrastructure, sewer, water, power to come down into the plaza area so that when funding becomes available, we'll be able to at least have the main scope of the work there. We won't have to tear up any concrete, and all the infrastructure will be there when funding becomes available. So that's the good news I have tonight, and I'd like to answer any questions.
Questions or comments from the board? I just want to say, first of all, I super appreciate your efforts on this. I also really appreciate us really being careful with our money to be able to do a project of this scope and include that, which was unexpected. I just really think speaks to our diligence of really trying to use all of the bond money that's been provided by the public to the best of our ability. And this has been a project that's been a long time coming for the Lancers. And so I'm really excited for them and appreciate all the efforts that have been made towards this project. I don't know, Superintendent, you want to say anything about it? I know you're very excited about it too.
I'm really, really excited. Now all 3 comprehensive high schools have a baseball field, and I'm just curious if Coach wants to come up here and say a few words. I love putting you on the spot, Coach.
It looks like we have a few more baseball players out there if you want to grab your kids.
Come on.
So, Coach Alstrom. Actually really super excited. This has actually been something we've worked hard for, right? And to have it be where we're not having to fight kind of with the Park District and whatnot about having our own things and whatnot. So these guys, honestly, it's these guys right here. So if everybody can give them a round of applause, it'd be awesome. So once again, thank you everybody very much.
Thanks, Coach.
Get that.
You want, yep, Comms wants a picture. Come up.
Yeah. Why don't you guys come up right here?
Oh, like in your Cordova red.
Look how sharp they look.
Maybe stand on our chairs.
Oh, that looks great. So like if you can see the camera here, I can see you, right? Just make sure you can see that. I'll give you a 1, 2, 3. Another one.
Hey, Angela, real quick, Craig.
Oh, and
Craig, get up here. I want you to take one with Craig.
Oh yeah, we're gonna get Craig, and don't you
Come on,
worry, they're
Craig.
not gonna move until you get a picture. Hey, Craig.
There you go.
That's perfect. All right, let's do this here. And then I'm gonna get out of the way so other people can get a picture. Boys.
Thank you, Madam President.
Okay.
Thank you, Amy, for being here.
Yeah.
Principal. Just stay.
Okay, we will move on to item 8, special presentations. Item A, students, there's no presentation, so we'll move on to item B, staff, equitable grading.
I'd like to invite Angie Carlomagno Andrade to the podium, and Dr. Jim Huber, who is very much under the weather, which you'll, if he speaks, you'll hear. So.
Right. Good evening, Board, President Larrett, Superintendent Swanson, colleagues. I'm Angie Carlomagno Andrade, Executive Director for Ed Services.
I'm Jim Huber, Assistant Superintendent of Ed Services.
And we are pleased to report out on grading within our district. So the presentation tonight will be centered on providing the board with the current work around grading, a review of our current policies, and some insights into next steps. This slide grounds our grading work in what matters most, our state standards. Our curriculum is aligned to the California Common Core state standards, which define what students are expected to know and be able to do at each grade level. Grading then is how we communicate a student's progress toward meeting those standards. So when we talk about improving grading practices, we are really talking about strengthening the connection between what we teach, what students learn, and how we report out on that learning in a clear and accurate way. So these guiding beliefs up here anchor our work around grading as a tool for learning. It's not just about compliance. So first, grades must reflect what matters most, and that's a student's mastery of standards. That keeps our focus on learning, not behavior or extra credit. Second, grades should clearly communicate strengths and areas of growth for students, and so that families know exactly where they are and what comes next. So this work also depends on teacher teams. They're a critical component to building common expectations, so grading is consistent and students experience the same level of rigor in all classrooms. We also want students to have clarity from the start, knowing how they will be evaluated before instruction begins. And ultimately, this is about consistency across the system. When grading practices are aligned, we build trust and we ensure a more equitable experience for all of our students in our district. And at the core, this work is about making grading more accurate, more transparent, and more aligned to improve student learning. I'm going to take you back in time now to last year. And this purpose statement is the result of a very intentional and collaborative process through our Fair Grading Task Force, which was led by Miss Lori Emmington last year. She brought over 60 teachers and administrators from across the district together to take a close look at our grading practices. And what quickly surfaced was inconsistency and a shared recognition that grades were not always clearly communicated about student learning. Over the course of last year, the team met multiple times. I want to say it was 5 or 6 times together, and they engaged in a deep study and dialogue around key grading topics. So everything from separating achievement from behavior, late work and extra credit, to grading scales, rubrics, and proficiency scales. So between each session, the teams brought the work back to their sites. They gathered feedback from them, and they returned with input from staff. And this ensured that the work stayed grounded in real classroom experiences. Throughout the process, the team stayed anchored in a few core goals, and that's building a shared understanding of the purpose of grading, aligning practices to standards, and increasing consistency across our system. So this purpose statement reflects that collective work from the Grading Task Force, and it centers on what I said, what matters most, accurate representation. So it also sets the foundation for the next phase of this work, including policy refinement and continued alignment across FCUSD. This vision statement here was drafted by the Grading Task Force, and it builds on our purpose and defines what grading should look like in practice across FCUSD. At its core, grading should be fair, accurate, consistent, and transparent. That's how we ensure that every student has an equitable experience, regardless of which classroom they're assigned to or what school they attend. First, grades are a communication tool, and they should clearly tell students and families what that student knows, where they're strong, and where they need to continue to grow. Second, grades should reflect what students know and can do now. We want grading to emphasize the most recent evidence of learning, not an average that may mask growth over time. Third, grades should focus strictly on academic achievement. So by separating out behavior and other non-academic factors, we provide a clearer and more equitable picture of student learning. So ultimately, this approach is building trust in our system. It should increase student motivation. If you're clear about your learning targets and your families are, that builds trust and motivation, and it ensures that every learner is supported to grow and succeed. There is a lot more work to be done within our district. But this is going to be how we are going to start the alignment of grading practices to our broader goal, which is improving student outcomes and preparing students for a future that is very bright.
All right. Current FCUSD grading practices are established in Board Policy and Administrative Regulation 5121 and are aligned with California Education Code 49067. Next slide. Grades are intended to clearly communicate student learning to students and families by producing accurate, correct reflection of academic performance and helping families understand areas of strength, but also areas that might need improvement. Also, as Angie had talked about from last year, As we've continued this work and some conversations we had earlier in the year, also this past fall, one of the things parents brought to us was a concern that we might not be communicating home as effectively as we should when a student was struggling in class. And so we have adjusted how we are handling that communication now. And so that is one of the improvements that we've implemented as of this time to make sure that the communication is going home accurately and is in compliance with board policy and ed code. Next slide. Grades must be based on the quality of academic work and a student's mastery and demonstration of course standards, knowledge, and skills, and must not be influenced by behavior, effort, work habit, attendance, although there are some exceptions there, or other non-academic factors. So in terms of this, I don't, for those of us who are a little bit older, I can tell you I probably passed my math class because of the amount of extra credit I got. I used to clean my math teacher's room once a week, all sorts of things to get me over that, into that C- territory in my math class. Yeah, that's how bad I was. But that really obviously did not reflect what I could or couldn't do in that class, right? I was grateful, but it didn't help in terms of what could Jim do, what did Jim actually learn. That's no longer the case. We really are about assessing a student's knowledge and or their skill set depending on what they're learning in the class. Also, there is a little bit of a typo on that box in terms of where it says students must be allowed to show mastery. This is relating to our BP, and basically what it's showing is these are ways teachers can incorporate in their classroom to have students show mastery or their knowledge or their proficiency. But a class doesn't necessarily have to do all of those things, if that makes sense. Next slide. So in terms of our current grade breakdown, our K through 3 standards-based grades are M for meets or exceeds the standards, D for developing, and L for limited. And then when students transition into fourth grade is that entry point into our letter grades, A through I, obviously. Most of us are familiar with these. And in terms of the percentage ranks that are often also associated with these grades. So 90 to 100 or a 4-point for an A, 80 to 89 for a B, or 3 points, etc. Next slide. So the roles and responsibilities in grading, we also had a little bit of a discussion about this earlier in the fall, but we just wanted to touch briefly on it as well. Again, this is from Board Policy 5121, and teachers really are the ones that retain the professional authority to determine what an individual student's grade is in their classroom. And the only time that administrators or whether that's a site administrator or a district administrator could get involved is if it was found out that there was a clerical error, there was fraud, there was bad faith, or there was incompetence. Those are the only times that we could intervene and actually change a grade. Slide.
One quick point there.
Sure.
Mr. Huber, on that policy, I know I heard a couple of times last year, teachers has the authority, I get it.
Yep.
At code, and parents has to know that as well. There may be, I think you addressed this already on slide 8, communicating that to the parents ahead. I know we talked about AP Physics and whatever it is, right?
Right.
I just want to, don't bring one subject here in general.
Right.
And some of the parents mentioned posting those. Again, I'm only representing parent side of this perspective.
Sure.
Posting those on the Power School is not truly 100% communicating to parents.
Right.
So
that's exactly what I was speaking to earlier. And so what we're going to handle this in kind of a twofold way. So at the progress report time, 2 things will happen. The administrator at the school site will send a general message home to parents in terms of its progress report times. Please check Power School. But also the administrator will remind the teachers that the teachers actually have to be the one to communicate directly to families if a student is in danger of failing. And so at that same time, a teacher would need to also communicate home, Mr. and Mrs. Huber, Jimmy is in danger of failing my English class. Please contact me so we could, I'm kind of making this up at the top of my head, but please contact me so we can discuss his success in my classroom or something to that effect. It's also important to note that the way Ed Code talks about this, a teacher has to do this anytime it becomes apparent a student's in danger of failing. And so the reason I want to make that distinction is, so at the progress report time, that message will go home from principals, alerting all families, please check your students' grades. Teachers will also send the message home for anyone in danger of failing. But let's say Jimmy had a C at the progress. I'm not in danger of failing right now. 3 weeks later, I haven't turned anything in. Maybe I'm skipping class, whatever. Now I am in danger. the teacher would have to notify the parents because it's now become apparent to them, I'm in danger of failing the class. So there'd have to be an additional notice going out from the teacher alerting the families that I'm in danger of failing the class. Does that make sense?
It does.
So there's two things now go together, but we've built things into the system now that will trigger both the principals to send out the message as well as that triggering the teachers to remind them this is the time to send your messaging out to students and families.
Right, that's great. Again, I'm a big supporter of teachers. I myself was a fifth grade math teacher once upon a time. But when the teacher changes the grading style or the pattern, however,
Sure.
so that should be upfront, the day one of the school should
Yes,
be.
it would be in the syllabus.
In the
And it would be
syllabus.
covered by the teacher in the syllabus with the students in class, as well as it's usually communicated at home to families, in the
Families.
syllabus.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I think it's also important to note too that on Power School, every time a teacher updates a grade, I get a notification as a parent. Every single time it's updated.
Yeah.
So it's important to, I think also that we communicate to the parents to make sure they're turning their notifications on
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
in the middle of the day, I can see when the teachers are grading because I'm getting those notifications constantly. So
Right.
there is some level, I think, of responsibility on parents also to be making sure that they're diligent about checking the Power School because the teachers are doing the updates every
Yeah.
single time. So it's like especially when it gets like toward the end of a semester where that testing is happening pretty frequently and things like
Right.
that. I mean, my
Right.
kids hate it because I'm like, why like that, and things like that. So I do think that we also need to stress to our parents to make sure that those notifications are on
Right.
because that does like communicate to them in real time. So you're seeing it almost immediately when when your child's in danger, and then that also should trigger a parent to also start communicating with the teacher of what can be done at that point.
Right, and to be honest, that is kind of what we thought met the letter of the law, if you will, in terms of what's required. And we did consult with others. We looked at some of the other school districts are doing around, and we determined that actually is kind of the lowest threshold, and it really probably does not meet the requirement of ed code. And so that's why we're putting the other two things into place to make sure that we're going beyond.
Yes, we have
what-
multiple levels
Yeah,
of
we're going
communication.
beyond what ed code is actually asking for now with the principal message.
All right, and so we've taken you on a journey tonight. We've showed you our current grading policies and we've shared what we've done with our preliminary work with the grading task force. You can see that there is a lot of overlap between our current policy and what the purpose and vision that we set forth from that group, but there's still a lot more work to be done. So now we need to move from belief statements to having consistent practices at each site. So as we move forward, this work is intentionally phased and grounded in learning and collaboration. First, we will continue to build a shared understanding. It's important that leaders, teachers, our educational partners are aligned in their understanding of grading research, policy, and current practice. Second, we need to take a closer look at how grading is currently happening across the district. This is really important. This means identifying where practices are consistent and where they vary, and understanding both the strengths and the areas where we can improve. Third, we must actively engage with our educational partners. That includes teachers, students, families, and administrators. We want to ensure this work is transparent and informed by those who are closest to it. Fourth, we will continue refining our shared principles for grading. So this includes strengthening our purpose and our vision, clarifying our guiding beliefs, and ensuring alignment with district policy and state law. And finally, we will begin identifying areas where clearer guidance may be needed, whether that's around communication, consistency, alignment, or standards, alignment to standards or future policy considerations, and that will come before the board. So in conclusion, this phase of the work is exploratory. It's focused on learning and listening, and we want to build a strong foundation together before any formal recommendations are made to the board. Thank you.
Madam President?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation and the goal of this group. I do have a question about timely transmission of grades. Is that being discussed at all? And the reason why I ask is, our family has occasionally, not often, but occasionally experienced where a teacher, for whatever reason, does not report the grades in a timely fashion. And so you don't know how your student's doing. They might have a grade in, let's say, August that was a B, but then the next time they do a data dump on grades is October, and then all of a sudden that B is a much lower grade, and you had no clue that as a parent that your student was struggling because the teacher wasn't keeping up in reporting the grades throughout the semester. Obviously, when that happens, it puts parents at a disadvantage because they would have, in many cases, sought help for the student, either going in, having conversation with a teacher, looking for some study skills and aids, tutoring. There's a lot of different opportunities. But if you're informed too late in the semester, it limits the options that parents have. So I'm kind of curious, is there any discussion with the teaching community about the importance of keeping the grades up to date and transmitting it to the Power School?
Yes, I mean, that is actually one of the things that was discussed, quite a bit last year. And I think as we move forward and as we continue to work with our bargaining unit members, that would be one of the things we want to put out there is kind of, is best practices. When you, as I understand it currently, basically, again, the lowest level, if you will, is progress report, right? So basically in a secondary situation, high school or middle school, at the midway point of the semester, right? That's at minimum where there has to be a communication in terms of what a student's doing. But to your point, Mr. Reed, I mean, maybe I had a B at that point, and now as we get closer to the end of the semester, for whatever reason, I really slid. There has to be communication home. So that's one of the things that we have to work with our bargaining unit in terms of what other markers might we put in place and can agree upon that grades will be updated by these points to ensure parents know what's happening with their student.
Okay, I'm happy to hear that. Also, with Power School, I'd say Power School is a convenience. It's a nice tool to have, but nothing replaces direct communication from the teacher to the parents. Because, we have to remember that we have various levels of technology savvy parents. We can't assume that all parents have the same ability to utilize that tool or even similar technology to utilize that tool. So, while I think the Power School is a wonderful product, I'm glad we have it, but we have to make sure we understand that the importance of direct communication from the parents or from the teachers.
Absolutely. That could also mean that, as the principal or the teacher are getting a hold of some resources in terms of, because maybe my parent doesn't even speak English, right? So there's all sorts of variations in terms of what's needed to communicate home to the families.
Yeah. And then finally, just a quick question. Did you come across any challenges related to IB? Because obviously we have Cordova High on the IB program, which my understanding is, it's a very different style of how you go about grading and reporting the grades. And then obviously at Folsom High and Vista Lago, we have a very traditional based grading methodology. How did you intertwine the grading to align all three schools when one's on IB and the other two are more on traditional?
So there is a different scale with IB, and just like AP, IB classes also get a grade bump, right? In terms of if you get a C or better in an IB class, or if you get a C or better in an AP class, then one additional point is added to your GPA for that. So instead of 4 points for an A, you're getting 5 points. So they do use a different type of approach in terms of their scaling. And if you want, Ms. Strawn could come up and speak to it. But no, that wasn't a concern in terms of, because the teachers are working in conjunction with each other, and so they are working on their alignment. And so it's almost like, Lori Emmington, who also worked in the grading scale or the grading program last year, talked about when you weigh something, a pound of apples is a pound, whether it's the same weight. It's just, are you measuring it in pounds? Are you measuring it in kilos or some other approach? But they weigh the same thing. You're just using a different measurement to get there. And so it did not come up as a concern, no, from last year.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Just one comment.
Yeah.
If we can slide back to number 13, I just want to, thank one more time Angie and Mr. Huber as well for bringing this one. This has been off and on some lingering questions in the parents' mind, how the grading is happening, right? In my early days of this board, people were showing, Folsom High School is grading like this, but Vista is doing. I said, well, there may be a reason, right? That's all I can say at that point. But by clarifying this one, and especially the next steps where you are looking for some opportunities and some coaching, and this is where Mr. Swanson, 1% better. We are getting that side. There may be some loopholes. You may find it in some classes in some schools from secondary. But thank you again for looking forward and bringing this to even scale.
Our pleasure.
Thank you.
I have a quick question.
I was looking.
It's like the voice from
I
above.
Wait, sorry, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, Addie.
Yes, Addie.
Okay, sorry. Sorry. I wanted to ask what the plan was for the task force from here on out. Like, are you guys, oh, did you guys hear that? Okay.
You're still with us.
Are you guys still continuing to meet, or like, what is the objective from here on out?
We are bringing the task force back together because of this board report, so it will begin again next year, and we will be going through these next steps together.
Okay, that sounds great.
Yes.
Do you guys have any plans to include students as well in this task force, or is it just mainly for teachers because they're the ones doing the grading?
No, we have plans to include students in the process. Absolutely.
Okay. Okay, that sounds great. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to item 9, public comment. Time will be given to speakers at the discretion of the board. The law allows the public to address the board on any matter not on the agenda, but the law prohibits action by the board on non-agenda items.
Yes, can we have Ian come to the podium, followed by Sally?
I'm saying that April 16 should be recognized as a national holiday because it represents both a historic milestone and an opportunity to celebrate cultural contributions, combining the importance of freedom with appreciation for diverse communities. On this day in 1862, President Abraham Lincoln signed the Compensation Emancipation Act, freeing over 3,000 enslaved people in Washington, D.C., one of the earliest federal steps toward ending slavery and promoting equality. While April also coincides Arab American Heritage Month, honoring the achievements of Arab Americans in fields such as science, medicine, education, literature, and public service. Recognizing this day allows students and communities to reflect on the progress made in freedom and equality. Understand how historical struggles connect to modern values and appreciate the diverse cultures that have shaped American society. Education on this day is not just about memorizing facts, it builds understanding, respect, and awareness, helping students see how history and cultural contributions together create a stronger, fairer society. As Maya Angelou once said, we should know that diversity makes for a rich tapestry, and we should understand that all the threads of the tapestry are equal in value no matter what their color. Reminding us that every community plays a vital role. Observing April 16th encourages reflection on civil rights, cultural achievements, and the ongoing importance of equality, inspiring respect, inclusion, and recognition of contributions from all communities. I hope that after considering this evidence, you make your own verdict whether this day should be officially recognized as a holiday.
Thank you.
Sally, followed by Zachary.
Hi, I'm a Folsom resident. I don't have children going to this school. Thank you immensely for your dedication to the education of our community children and their families. Thank you very much. Yay, students. Okay. I speak to you as a retired psychiatric social worker who spent 17 years in LAUSD, where I engaged with family and schools to promote school success. One of my prior experiences working at Los Angeles Cedars-Sinai, NICU, neonatal intensive care, where I witnessed the trauma parents endured when they realized their children would not follow a standard road. As many of you may know, I introduced them to the regional center so that they would get supportive services, and as many of you may know, this is replaced by the public school system. Some parents found out later in their children's lives within the school district that their child would not be following an expected educational path. Sometimes parents, children are trauma victims. Whatever the discovery process, parents are most often left feeling unprepared, inadequate in providing the emotional, social, and educational guidance that their children need. They negotiate numerous systems, and they encounter endless feelings of feeling just inadequate, and that this is going to be ongoing, and that their diligence will not be enough. Last week, when the administrator was talking about the special ed renovation, he said that he thought that teachers and parents had been engaged. Parents and teachers stated that they felt that had not been the case. So I'm wondering if the school district has any protocol in place where they delineate what percentage of stakeholders are involved in the renovation of programs. For example, our parent, teacher, support staff, what percentage of them are questioned? And within what time frame? And how much time do they have to respond? And is the stakeholder given any options? So these are things that are hard to figure out, but I think are very essential, because what's really important is that parents feel trusted in their school district. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Zachary, followed by Julia.
Hello, everyone. My name is Zachary Smith. I am the parent of two special needs children. One attends Blanche Sprintz Elementary, the other goes to Empire Oaks as a preschooler. I'm also a certified American Sign Language to English interpreter. And in my profession, I work regularly to support students with disabilities. I have strong working knowledge of IEPs, diversity, equity, inclusion, and how they apply in the classroom. I understand that special education is not on tonight's agenda, but I'm here to speak about what is currently happening with proposed changes to special education in this district and how they are impacting families. I also want to acknowledge that the recent meeting hosted by Executive Director of Special Education Jason Stricker at Blanche Sprintz did not feel like a space for meaningful dialogue. It felt performative rather than collaborative. I want to start by saying I understand the challenges the district is trying to solve. Multi-grade classrooms are difficult. Teacher supports matter. Retention matters. These are real issues. But what concerns me is the solution. What is being proposed shifts the burdens of these system challenges onto students by moving them out of their neighborhood schools or their home schools and into centralized programs. In special education, we're supposed to do the opposite. We bring the services to the child, not move the child to fit the system. This model creates concentrated program sites where students with disabilities are grouped together and removed from their neighborhood campuses. Neighborhood to clustered classrooms within school triads is, in practice, educational segregation. This has real consequences. It reduces daily natural interactions between students of all abilities. It limits opportunities for authentic inclusion, not occasional exposure, but everyday relationships. General education students benefit from learning alongside peers with different abilities. Students with disabilities benefit from being part of the same community as their neighbors and peers. Inclusion is not just access to curriculum, it's about belonging. From a systems perspective, we do not group general education students into separate campuses based on GPA, behavior, or learning differences. We expect schools to meet a wide range of needs within the same environment. Students receiving special education services deserve that same standard. They should not be the only group being relocated to solve system challenges. There are also significant impacts to families. This model separates siblings. It creates situations where parents are driving to multiple schools every day. It breaks up neighborhood connections and shared school experiences. These are ongoing burdens placed on families already navigating additional challenges. For students like my child with autism, this is not just a logistical issue, it's a functional one. Long bus rides, multiple stops, unfamiliar environments, and a change in routine can lead to dysregulation before the day even begins. This model introduces more transitions, not fewer. It means that whenever possible, students should be educated in regards to least restrictive environment. It means that whenever possible, students should be educated as closely as possible to their peers.
Thank you. Julia, followed by Roger.
Hello. Good afternoon, and thank you for your time. My name is Julia, and I'm a parent of 2 general education students at Blanche Sprentz Elementary, and I'm here today to ask for the district to please step in and pause the triad implementation affecting Blanche Sprentz's special education program and keep inclusive special education services at their neighborhood school. This change will split siblings across up to 3 schools and force some families to manage transportation to 3 different campuses, depending on age and ability. Despite proposals and reasonable alternatives that would keep their children together, families were blindsided learning about this triad structure after it was already in motion, which erodes trust in the district's transparency. When a representative holds his ground the way that ours did on our Tuesday conversation, very uncomfortably with all of the parents, instead of engaging in problem solving with impacted families, it creates an adversarial dynamic and undermines the board's stated commitments to partnership and inclusion. FCUSD's own special education mission says that all students, and first and foremost general education students, and that special education is a service, not a place. Yet the new triad structure being implemented for Blanche treats our kids as placements to be moved, rather than students whose individual needs and family realities must drive decisions. I attended this representative's last-minute speaking event Tuesday. He repeatedly framed this as a teacher-based decision, not a student or family-based one. He could not address basic questions. He basically dodged parent concerns like he was in the Matrix. He could not address basic questions, went on a tangent about how strangers shouldn't be hugging children, which none of us understood where that was going, and firmly let us know that this was a done deal. I'm asking this board to recenter decisions on students and families. We want to be a triad and work with the teachers and work with the district to make sure there's a collaborative and inclusive way for our students to all feel included. Instead, we were met with unclear, transparent, and untransparent criteria for program changes, and we felt dismissed, and the families who live with these decisions every day didn't even get to be a part of that. Inclusive special education at Blanche Sprentz is not just about meeting the needs of a few students. It improves learning and school climate for every child. General education students gain academically, socially, and emotionally when they learn alongside peers and disabilities. Please reconsider this. This will definitely impact all of us.
Thank you. Roger, followed by Kristen.
Madam Chairman and Board, I would like to request that I remain seated. I'm alternatively abled. Excuse me. I have a granddaughter who has autism. She lives with me, and the triad program was dumped on us, was not explained. Mr. Clark, you would recognize the term separate but equal. I don't agree with that. My daughter, excuse me, allergies, my apologies. My granddaughter does not need to be separated. She needs to be included. And I would request that you revisit this whole issue of the triad program. Thank you.
Thank you. Kristen, followed by Josh Bolin.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kristen Love Carl, and 2 nights ago, at a special education Q&A at Blanche Sprentz, that's already been mentioned a couple times, the Executive Director of Special Education was asked 2 very direct questions by parents. The first question, which he was actually asked 3 different times by 3 different parents, was, are you willing to pause the restructuring and include parents in this process? And his answer was simply no. The second question he was asked is, do you have the authority to change this plan? And his answer was yes. They were very clear. I want to be clear about what that communicated to us as parents. It communicated that this is not about inability, that this is about choice. A conscious choice to move forward without parent input, a conscious choice to ignore the voices of the very families most impacted, and a conscious choice to create division instead of collaboration. Because when he looked at a room full of parents and said no to partnership, he did not build trust. He broke it. We were also told that this decision was driven by teachers, as you've already heard. And I want to be equally clear that there is no group more invested in strong, supported, successful teachers than parents. We want those. So we agree on that. But supporting teachers and removing students with disabilities from their neighborhood schools are not the same thing. We do not have to choose one at the expense of the other. We make happen what we prioritize. If we prioritize inclusion, then we build systems that support it. If we prioritize collaboration, then we invite people to the table. If we prioritize students, then we do not uproot them from their schools, their teachers, and their peers without even asking their families. And right now, this plan tells us exactly what is being prioritized, and it's not families. It's not too late to choose differently. It's only March. There's still time to pause, there's still time to listen, and there's still time to do this with families instead of to them. And I want to point out something important, that there's a lot of general education parents here tonight in person and watching online, and many more who have emailed. They're not speaking up at a charity. They're speaking up because they understand something fundamental, and that's that inclusion matters and parents' voices matter. We want to be invited to the table. Thank you.
Thank you. Josh, followed by Marlena.
Good evening. My name is Josh Bolin, and I'm a parent in the district. I have an 8th grader at Folsom Middle School and an 11th grader at Vista Del Lago High. I'd like to address the recent decision to remove special education classrooms from certain elementary schools in our district. I'm here tonight not as a special education expert, but as a parent of a general education students whose lives have been meaningfully shaped by the inclusion of special education students on their campuses. My daughter volunteers for Buddy PE at Folsom Middle, not because she had to, but because she genuinely loves it. She talks about the friendships she's built, the joy she experiences, and the perspective that it's given her. Those relationships are real and they matter. And that's why I'm asking you to reconsider this. This decision to consolidate special education classrooms into fewer campuses doesn't just impact the students who will be moved, it impacts the entire school community. It removes opportunity for connection, empathy, leadership, and understanding for hundreds of general education students. When our kids grow up learning alongside peers with different abilities, They become more compassionate, more patient, and more inclusive human beings. And that's not just an extra thing, that's essential. In our own family, we also have loved ones in the special education community who will be directly affected by this change. So we feel this from both sides. And what's most concerning is not just the decision itself, but that it was made without meaningful input from the families it impacts most. That's not how strong communities operate. We're simply asking for a pause to bring parents, educators, and district leadership together, a pause to listen, a pause to collaborate on solutions that serve all our students well. Because this isn't just about logistics or efficiency, it's about the kind of community we are shaping for our kids. Please reconsider this approach and invite families to the table. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Marlena, followed by Ryan.
Hi, my name is Marlena. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today about the SPED programs, the changes to take place for the next school year. I want to begin by acknowledging the care, professionalism, and dedication you bring to supporting students with special needs. I understand that these decisions are complex and guided by California law, and I truly respect that responsibility. At the same time, I'd like to share a perspective that goes beyond policy, one rooted in the lived experience of families. One student we know has already been moved between 3 schools and is only in 2nd grade. This proposed change would mean yet another transition. Right now, that student is in a stable, familiar environment surrounded by educators and peers who understand and support their needs. Because of that consistency, the student has made meaningful academic, social, and emotional progress. For a child who depends on routine and trusted relationships, stability is not a luxury, it's essential. Disrupting that stability can lead to anxiety, regression, and a loss of hard-earned progress. These are real and well-documented impacts. But this is not just about one student. At Blanche Sprent's, inclusion is not just a concept. It's something students live every day. Students with diverse learning needs are not only supported, they are valued members of our community. Their presence helps foster empathy, patience, and understanding among their peers. These are lessons that can't be taught through textbooks alone. They are learned through daily interaction, and they help shape more compassionate, inclusive individuals. When placements are changed, it doesn't just affect the student receiving services, it also disrupts this broader positive impact. It can send the message that inclusion is temporary rather than a core value. I also want to briefly address the survey that was sent out to gather input. Given the large amounts of emails received daily, many families didn't respond, but the majority that did were opposed to these changes. Why aren't these families being heard? On Tuesday, the executive director of special education held a meeting, and both special education and general education families begged him to come back to the table and reconsider this plan. He denied this request. Please allow our students to remain at Blanche Sprent's, their home school, where their progress, sense of belonging, and positive impact are already clear. If there are concerns about services or support, we are more than willing to work together to find solutions that maintain this stability. Thank you for your time and consideration and your continued commitment to all students.
Thank you. Ryan, please come to the podium. Ryan Harris.
I don't see her in here. Okay. I was waiting on a list that I was supposed to get from you guys on what I could not address while I was in here. Haven't got that list yet, so forgive me if I cover any of those things I'm not supposed to address. However, I'll try my best. I know some people in here, I mentioned inclusion. For those that don't know, my name is Ryan Harris. I'm a special needs teacher at Cordova High School, teach 19 to 22. I think I'm only one of the rare Black teachers that they have there. Got a master's degree. My inclusion class, I'm talking to the parents, sorry. My inclusion class was the highest numbers. She's still in here. That's the principal over there, Amy Strong. She could attest to that. I had the highest numbers of inclusion yet you guys wanted to get rid of me. Actually, since she's here, Amy, do you want to tell them how good of a job I do?
Please address the board.
Oh, sorry about that.
Thank you.
All right. Nonetheless, let me address the board then. You guys did vote. I did request for you guys to re-vote again. I don't know if you guys have considered that at all. Possibly some of those reasons were that you guys voted before you even knew me. You guys also voted before you even knew my students. As I had also mentioned, my leads, vice principal, HR, all said I didn't do anything wrong as far as work, so I'm not sure why. And when you guys voted, it was during Black History Month, and you voted for this black man to no longer have a job. But also when you guys voted, some of the minority members were not on the board. So maybe you guys could do a revote, and maybe they can attest to representation at all levels. Nonetheless, I'm running out of time, so let's get to the students. We're talking about the students. We got some parents of students that I oversee in here. And yeah, let's talk about ESY, extended school year. I apologize for my appearance. I came from the gym. I'm here for the parent, talk to the camera there, but I'm facing you guys, talk to the board as well. ESY, I was explained ESY. I was offered to work ESY. I was explained it's for individuals who, if they don't go to school over the summer, might forget what they were taught, right? That's very important, just off of 2 months. And last time I was here, I believe I said that you guys allow my students to be known for their disabilities because you continue to change the teacher in their class so many times. Now, if you continue to do that across now 3 years, and it's important for them to not go without schooling for just a couple of months, what damage do you think you guys are doing to my students? Or not my students, what are you doing to these students? I understand where you guys sit. You guys see it from like a 3,000 view, right? 3,000 feet in the air, bird's eye view. So I could say, if you guys don't want to do the work, at least allow someone like me who does to do it. You know, even the parents here are asking you guys. They want teachers like me. You know, I can't turn around and talk to her. She's not good at public speaking. She did ask me to do one of her speeches for her, so I understand. Nonetheless, what are we doing with these students, you guys? And my students are nonverbal, so you guys just passing them around left and right, knowing they can't speak up. Are you guys gonna reconsider and, you know, get these kids the schooling they need? Or are you just gonna continue to look past them because they can't speak up like me?
Thank you. That's the end of our public comments for this time.
Okay, we'll move on to item 10, reports of district organizations. We'll start with the Student Advisory Board.
Sorry. So right now for SCB, our Student Advisory Board member applications open on March 3rd, as we mentioned last board meeting. And they will be open until March 26th. And so far we have received 70 responses, which is great. And then me and Addie have been advertising as well with our advisors for the International Night on April 28th, hosted by SAB. So we've been posting on our Instagram, sending the posts to our schools so that they could be posted on Minga. And we're also personally reaching out to clubs and staff members from different schools to share. And our next SAB meeting will be April 16th at Kinney High School. And that is all I have for SAB. Thank you.
I have a quick question. You said the international night was April 28th?
Yes, from 6:30 to 8.
6:30 to 8, and which location?
It will be at the PAC, and I will send a calendar invite tonight.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
Moving on to California School Employees Association.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Swanson. You're already smiling. All right, great. Tonight, I'd like to start off by thanking you for agenda consent. We had a few items on there we're happy to get approved. We will be heading into negotiations March 25th next week. We intend on opening up Article 13 to start with safety regards, adding language that supports the needs of classified staff along with any equipment that may be necessary moving forward. We will also be looking to add Article 15, an introduction into artificial intelligence to safeguard the classified workers now and future. I look forward to reporting back next month. That's all I have right now. Thank you.
I think Rob's smiling because he knows. I'm not sure if anyone has seen President Korn is a local celebrity.
Yeah.
right? He's representing CSEA on a statewide commercial. So if after this meeting you want, I'm sure he'll be signing autographs out in the foyer. So
He's my guy.
There's no report tonight from FCEA.
Thank you. Okay, Folsom Cordova Leadership Association.
Good evening, President Larrett, board members, Superintendent Swanson, and colleagues. I'm Suzanne Borth. I am the Vice President of FCLA over legislative action, and Mr. Shields could not be with us tonight, so I am taking his place. On behalf of Folsom Cordova Leadership Association, thank you for the opportunity to share some updates. As a charter member of the Association of California School Administrators, we're proud to highlight the ways our leaders are contributing to professional learning and statewide advocacy. Recently, Dr. Terry Daniels, the soon-to-be-retired Folsom Middle School principal, presented at AXA's Principals Playbook, sharing the work on using targeted instruction informed by focused interim assessment blocks for the CASP state testing and the strategic use of academic language. We're grateful to see our district's expertise represented on the state level. Additionally, our Leadership Association's North State Conference is coming up shortly in Reno, and two groups from our association will be presenting at that, including our very own Sean Martin and Angie Carlamagno, who have been asked to speak about our supplemental funding formulas and how that is working to offer more opportunity to our schools with the greatest need. And I will be working with Elena Cabrera, speaking about how K-12 and adult school partnership can braid funding and support literacy goals, removing educational barriers for the whole family. Additionally, this coming month, our leadership team will be preparing for the AXA Legislative Action Days, April 20th and 21st. This is an important opportunity for us to share our stories of impact directly with our legislators. I'll be taking a team of classified and credentialed management to make a dent in the 1,800 bills proposed this upcoming year with the governorship change. We recognize how essential it is for the needs of our students and staff to be clearly heard. Finally, we want to congratulate Superintendent Swanson and Angela Griffith and their entire communications team for receiving recognition for excellence in communication. We're proud to be part of this team with you. Thank you for your time this evening and for all of your continued partnership.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to District English Learner Advisory Committee.
Good evening, Superintendent Swanson, President Jennifer Larrett, board members, my esteemed colleagues. I have a brief report today for DLAC. I'll be back up for a separate report, so you'll get a double dose of me today. All right, just a quick update. We had our DLAC meeting on February 24th. A couple of items were discussed as form of advisory into the LCAP, both the LCAP regular and the LCAP federal addendum. There was some discussions around language acquisition programs and their desire to continue to request in the future when that can be made available. They also had discussions around the EL programs and some excitement around recent successes and the effort to continue to sustain that. A final note today is that on April 2nd, we will have the Parent Summit, the final one this year, and that is our recognition ceremony. If you've been here before, we have a large crowd that comes in and we rotate the families as their students are being awarded. We are recognizing our students who have been reclassified and our students who will be receiving the state seal of biliteracy. So we'll see you April 2nd. We'd love to have you. That's our report. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, we'll move on to board committees. We will be changing the format for our board committees. We're going to go down each committee really quickly, and if there's anybody who has anything to report, we can do it based off of that. So the first committee up is the Artificial Intelligence Committee. Anything to report on that? Okay, next one would be the Budget Advisory.
Okay, yes, we met last week on the Superintendent's Budget Advisory Committee. It is the same flow is going on, the department heads are coming and they're presenting to this, almost like a 14-member big Budget Advisory Committee. And their focus is, again, I just want to reiterate, where we can improve something 1% better and find the efficiencies. It is still going on so far. David, anything you want to add, please?
I have nothing to add.
Okay, thank you.
Fantastic. Move on to Curriculum Advisory. Okay. District Facilities.
Yeah, I have an update on that. The district facilities met this past Monday, so March 16th. The issues that we discussed were related to the upgrades to the playground equipment that is being added at the elementary sites. We had a discussion regarding the Three Rivers Innovation Academy, some of the issues that we're experiencing there. Discussed the Westland land purchase and what the status of that. And we also discussed Cordova Lane Center. It was a pretty straightforward agenda on those items.
Thank you. Okay, the Policy Committee.
I don't think we've met since the last board meeting.
Okay, Safety.
Safety, yes. I think earlier this week we met in the safety group. One important thing I just want to bring, they're doing awesome job, but we want to present what our school safety across the district, and it is going to be a public meeting and virtual. That way anybody can dial in and know about their kids' school safety to anything, and they can have a Q&A also if time permits. The upcoming meeting in mid-April, I think they're going to communicate to you guys about the alcohol, tobacco, and all the drug users. They're inviting two great leaders, from the renowned leaders from the state, and they're going to present for all the parents. I just want to give this a teaser upfront before they come in. Please join, and you can listen to how things are happening in a very good way to our school district across all 35 schools. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to the Special Education, CAC. No report. Okay, the City of Folsom Joint Coordination 2x2.
Yeah, I have an update on that. We had actually a very robust agenda. We met with the City of Folsom on March 13th, so last Friday. The issues that we discussed related to the facilities bond, hiring school resource officers, Three Rivers facility, an update on that, CAPS volunteers, traffic situation at Sutter Middle School, bus service, sidewalk and streetscape in front of Theodore Judah Elementary, pedestrian overpass of Highway 50, the city birthday, and snail races. Oh, what?
Yeah, she's coming.
Snail races. Well, someone needs to tell her. So it was actually a quite a robust agenda that we went through. Happy to go into any additional detail if anybody has any. Board member Lofthouse, I was just providing a 2x2 update, and one of the topics was snail races. So.
Okay, and the last one is City of Rancho Cordova Joint 2x2, and we have not met since the last time we reported out. So, okay, with that being said, then we will move on to item 11, public hearing. First public hearing is Native American Title VI Education Program Grant, and I will open the public hearing. Yes. Yeah.
Elena, real quick question. I'm sorry, you can stand right there. Is the father going to speak during the hearing or during your item? Or theirs is only this item, huh? So he wants to come say, okay, absolutely.
I'll wait for you to open up the
Yeah,
hearing.
it's open, I believe. Madam President, did the hearings open?
Oh, hearing is open, yes.
Hearing's open.
So we have a presentation. I don't know if we want to do it now or allow for any comments.
Now is the time.
All right, fantastic. So we'll go ahead and have the presentation put up. Thanks. So basically, we're here for Title VI. As part of the application process, we do have what's called a public hearing so that we can provide voice. And we've had meetings and discussions, not just this year, but in the past, of the sort of things that we would like to do with Title VI funds if we were so awarded. And we have been awarded in the last 2 years, and so we hope to continue to be awarded. One of the conversations is around the number of students. We don't have a lot of Native American identified students, but nonetheless, that is not what keeps us. We know that eventually families will identify and will join our activities. But today I'm going to highlight how the funds have been used and how we want to continue using the funding. And joining me today is Miss Ellie and her dad, Josh. Goodness, I've gone blank with your last name. This is ridiculous. Mize. Sorry about that. I guess I'm nervous. I didn't realize that. All right, so here we go. Mr. Josh Mize, who is our member of NAPAC, our co-chair, and Ellie, who is a kindergarten student at Rancho Cordova Elementary. Once I've done my presentation, they're going to offer comments and their thoughts. Here we go. The presentation overview today, we're just going to speak about Title VI and understanding the role that we have as a district in partnership with our Native American Parent Advisory, promoting equity and justice. We have featured a number of workshops, so we explore the latest information and workshops. We work closely with our parents and provide input so that we can put together some of these workshops with them. And some of these pictures were taken just in less than the last 12 months. This right here is us at the Kids Stay at the Park, and you can see Mr. Mize is very much involved here, and our parents were very much involved in this. We were doing native seeds. But the understanding of Title VI, you hear about Title I, Title II, Title III. Title VI is specifically a program designed for our Native American families in partnership with the district. And of course, the expectation is that there is a parent advisory committee. The Title VI programs prohibit discrimination, and you can see the rest of that information up there: race, color, and national origin. The impact of Title VI on our Native American communities is essentially so that communities are ensuring their access to essential services, not only education, but beyond our educational environment, healthcare. And so last but not least, there is some financial assistance. It's not a lot of money, but it's enough money to provide the resources in these workshops for us. And so we will continue to apply. The application part 1 has come through in March, and I anticipate part 2 to be open in the month of April. So here's some updates of Title VI. Primarily, it's community advocacy. NAPAC is dedicated to supporting and advocating our Native American communities through various initiatives and programs. We do partner with the City of Rancho Cordova at the Kids Stay at the Park, and we will be there on April 25th this year. Yeah. And you can see these are some of the actual events that we've had. I see Ellie. I see you up there. And oh, your sister. They look a lot alike. She's wearing a kitty cat. So there's educational initiatives and training that are being explored. We work with, again, our community, and so we continue to look at other culturally relevant curricula or opportunities. We have cultural awareness programs. We call these our Wednesday workshops, and if they're on Tuesday, we call them Tuesday workshops. This year, they happen to be on Tuesdays. And so we actually have partnered with some elders in the Native American community who have come in and done a number of different activities. As you see, this is a drum making workshop. And it starts with a lot of history and a lot of understanding what the drum making is represented. And I'll have Josh speak to that in a little bit. But their wisdom brought to this workshop isn't just interesting. It really is impressive and engaging, both to the young and to the older like myself in the group. And there's a lot that we take away and learn and really appreciate. These are, as you have seen throughout the year, these are our events, our workshop. And so they started off with the back to school, and we are down to the last few. In April will be our ribbon and skirt making. And if you walked into the third floor earlier in the week, you would have seen me and my team with 5 sewing machines trying to make sure that we know how to thread and know what we're doing before, it's true, Josh, before we take them to our next event, which is April 7th, and which we'll be making ribbon and shirts and skirts with our families. And our final workshop this year will be our promotion ceremony, and essentially is recognizing any graduates this year that will be going on. So we know that every tradition that you follow strengthens your soul, and we see that in each of these events. Our back to school night is featured here. It was a focus on harvest crafts, community building, and focusing and supporting our cycles of nature. You can see some of the activities our children did. This is our medicine bag workshop, and that was about spiritual growth, our health, and our protection. I know that Josh, I believe you and the team brought in some leather or skin. We're cutting the fabric and turning that into our medicine bags, filled with all of the essentials. And then storytelling was on December 1st, and we had a speaker, a contract speaker that came in, and she, again, is an elder, and they had oral tales, songs, and dance, and this is about passing down history, and also a lot of these tales have moral lessons. Our beading class was January 27th, and beading embodies the history and the identity of Native American. It was basically almost like a, identity. It's their symbol in many ways, recognizing the differences of the indigenous people. And it also is a form of spiritual expression. Drum making was held on February 24th. And again, it is the heartbeat of Mother Earth through drum making. It brings balance mentally, spiritually, emotionally, and physically. And you can see that was a lot of fun. We were a little worried about the paint, but let me tell you, not a drop was on that rug that day. So with that, I'm going to close, but I'm going to allow Mr. Mize and Ellie to provide any additional comments or thoughts about us continuing.
Thank you, Board, for letting me address you tonight. It's good to be here. I'd just like to say, honor the First Nations people of this land, the Miwok and Nisenan, and honor to your women. It's Women's History Month, and I honor you because, Mom wakes up every day, 6 a.m. and gets all the kids ready and still does what she needs to do at work and school. So. And I know a lot of you mothers are out there that do the same. So I'd like to start off in a good way like that. Yeah, it was exciting, huh? You got to see yourself up there? That's what it's about. So we have just a small classroom right now, which is good. But, as we continue to build the program, I know there's more Native families out there. And we just got to get them to participate in the program. And so it was really good. It was really fun. We celebrated the winter solstice with storytelling, and we had Maggie Steele come out, and she is so excellent. She breaks down, the significance of the drum and the elk. She calls it the love medicine. She goes, "Oh, the elk is the love medicine, right?" And breaks it down in a good terminology like that. And the drum is the heartbeat of our people, and the songs Native Seeds, the kids, last year's day in the park was really fun. The seeds, I had a friend that had Native Seeds, and we got to make little seed balls, and it was really fun. And we want to continue to do activities like that, for the community and extend the outreach. And so I really thank you guys for allowing us to present tonight. And Ellie, do you want to say something? Huh? Which one was your favorite workshop? The drum painting? I would say, yeah, the drum painting. Okay, thank you guys.
Thank you. Thank you all for your attention. Any questions or comments that you have?
Yes, Madam
Entertain.
President. I'm a big supporter of NAPAC and had the opportunity to sit in on a couple of their meetings and attend a couple of their workshops. I want to continue that support, and I think the rest of the board needs to continue to support NAPAC in any way we can. Did have a couple of questions. One, are we reaching out to other students in the district, i.e. our elementary schools in Folsom, or Folsom High? Are we doing anything to reach out to those families to get them into NAPAC?
So we provide this flyer and this information to all of our schools. I communicate directly to our program monitors, which are teachers at the school sites and instructional coaches, and they are usually very good about connecting with their teachers. One of the things that we know is that we need to differentiate between a Native American or an American Indian and who might be Indian from the country versus Native American. And the way that our Native American community does that is they actually have to go through their own resources. There's a blood testing process and all of that. So it's called a 506 form that actually confirms their Native ancestry or heritage. And so through that, we work with our Native American centers to make sure that that gets processed and we get those documents submitted to us on a regular basis. But we are not a large enrolled Native American student population yet, but I think as awareness, and part of these workshops do raise that awareness and also pride, frankly.
Sure.
You know, the more you know about your culture, the more that you really respect and become interested in. And I think that that's what we're anticipating. And so there's a lot of joy in these workshops. And you can see everything that we're buying, that's what the resources go towards. And that's what our parents are telling me. That's what we want to continue to do.
Awesome. My last comment, I would love to make it to your promotion grad ceremony.
I was just gonna bring that up. This is the first year, this first Native American graduation promotion ceremony, and we have one senior graduating this year.
Yeah,
Folsom Cordova.
and well, here's the deal. It's the same night as Folsom's, I think.
Our event.
We take a look at that. Is it 26?
It's May.
So it's the 26th? That would be, it's a Tuesday? No, it's a Thursday.
26 is Tuesday.
Oh, it is? Oh, never mind, I'll be there.
Okay.
All right. I probably am. Okay. Thank you. And hopefully there'll be like an invite that'll come out to the board. I think
Absolutely.
we all would like to be there to support.
I'll make sure that we include you in the invitations if we haven't yet already, but that will definitely continue to go out.
Okay, appreciate that. You know what, that is my fault. I'm seeing May 26th, but my vision is saying the 28th. And as you can tell, I don't have my specs, so sorry about that.
All right, thank you all.
All right.
Okay, and with that, I will close the public hearing. And we will move on to the next public hearing, which is adoption of elementary math instructional materials, and we'll open the public hearing for that one.
No public comments on this one. So this is the presentation, which is the discussion.
Yep, okay.
After we get back in.
So we're good to close it? We're closing the public hearing. Okay, and then we'll move on to the next item, which is discussion action, approve elementary math textbook adoption.
Yeah, I'd like to invite Angie back up, along with Kelly and Chris, some of our district math leads, or not some of, the district math leads, for a presentation for, up for consideration is the board approving our TK through 5 elementary math textbook adoption. Angie, take it away.
All right, good evening again, board. President Larrett, Superintendent Swanson, colleagues. I'm Angie Carlmagno Andrade, thank you. Executive Director of Educational Services, and I'm here to present with our district math lead teacher team, Kelly Dowd and Chris Stankovich. We are pleased to present on our TK through 5 math pilot and adoption recommendation.
So you'll see here a quote from William Paul Thurston, who's a Fields Medal winner, which is the highest honor in mathematics. And it says, mathematics is not about numbers, equations, computations, or algorithms. It's about understanding. And that really explains the purpose behind the shifts and the changes we're making to coincide with the 2023 math framework. Now, the most fun part of your night. What would a math presentation be without asking you to do some math? Don't all cheer at one time. Okay, so I was trying to figure out materials for classrooms, and every kindergarten classroom, I'm reading you this word problem here, in FCUSD needs 4 sets of blocks for math. And when I was trying to figure out how many total that would be, I have a 5-year-old, she's a kindergartner at Alder Creek. She just dropped jam just right on the page. My house is just really sticky. I have a 5 and a 4-year-old. It's just everywhere. And now I don't know how many block sets I need. And so I'm hoping you can help me with all of the possibilities for how many sets I might need of those if each class needs 4. Now, I see you maybe thinking about reaching for a scratch paper and like trying to stack it in your brain and figure out all the possibilities. But I invite you to look on this side here and maybe use your reasoning. How can you make this friendlier for your brain? If you look on the side, I'm gonna give you a few moments to think about it, of all the possibilities of the total I might need. And how could you do that? That's in a way that's friendly for your brain. I'm gonna give you a think second. Grapple with that in the most efficient way. You might notice those equations in orange are so students can draw on what they already know or what you already know, and how you can use those orange kind of anchors to help you derive the other facts. So you could try to stack them and do all the things, or you could say, wait, 60 times 4, 7 times 4, easy peasy, right? Super friendly for your brain. How do I use that to just think of adding another group and another group and another group? And so both of these problems are actually in the 3rd and the 4th grade program for what we're about to talk to you today, but we wanted to start it out with doing a little math with you, because what's a day without some math is what I always say. But as students progress through the grade levels, the idea within this program is that they build a strong conceptual understanding that will allow them to connect to a deeper understanding when they get to the algorithms, because they will get there. But if they understand kind of what's beneath that and they can conceptualize that, it'll make a lot more sense, and they'll be a lot more flexible in using that as numbers get bigger and math gets trickier.
That's a little bit about the why, but why else? So Ed Code requires that we align our materials with the state framework. The shift not only builds deeper conceptual understanding, but its emphasis on mathematical language will also support literacy development across FCUSD. Ultimately, though, a new curriculum alone doesn't enhance student learning. Teachers do. Tonight, we will outline how this new curriculum and our investment in professional learning fit together to support each and every student. In working with districts across the county and state, it is clear that an emphasis on materials that are resourced, scaffolded, revisited, and spiraled further supports students to thrive through a coherent math learning experience. Putting this together with a teacher-led selection process and an investment in professional learning, we empower teachers to help students develop a deeper mathematical understanding and prepare them for the rigor within and beyond their elementary education.
When we look at our district-wide math data over the past 4 years, we see a consistent pattern here. Our achievement is essentially flat, and we are holding steady around 49 to 50% of students meeting standard. This tells us something important. What we are currently doing is not enough to accelerate our outcomes in math. So with that said, this is not about effort, because our teachers are working incredibly hard. This is about systems. When outcomes are flat, it signals that we need to change the conditions, not just work harder within them. If we want different results for students, we have to make intentional shifts in both what we teach and how we are supporting teaching. Math is one of our core performance targets, as you all know, because it directly impacts students' confidence, access to advanced coursework, and long-term opportunities. Improving math achievement is not optional. It is essential to delivering on our promise that all students thrive. One of the most critical levers we have is ensuring that our core instruction is aligned with the new California math framework. The new framework calls for deeper conceptual understanding, student thinking, discourse, and real-world application. Our current materials were not designed with these shifts in mind. This creates a gap between what we expect and what we provide teachers. The curriculum alone will not change outcomes. Teachers are our most important driver of student success. That's why this adoption is not just about the materials. It is a significant investment in our teachers. We are committed to sustained, high-quality professional learning so teachers can deeply understand the shifts and implement them effectively. This is not another program. We are layering on. As you will see in the coming slides, this is a coherent system and it's aligned curriculum. It is aligned professional development and it is aligned expectations for instruction. So when those three elements work together, we create the conditions for real improvement. Our goal is not just to raise scores, it's to ensure that students are confident and capable mathematicians and that they are thinkers. We want to see movement in this data because students are experiencing stronger instruction in our classrooms every day. Flat data is not a failure, it's feedback. We are using that feedback to make a strategic, research-aligned investment that will move outcomes for our students. When we disaggregate our math data, a few things become immediately clear. First, we are largely flat across every student group. Second, the variation between groups remains significant. Some of our student groups, particularly our English learners, students with disabilities, and African American students, are experiencing much lower rates of meeting standard. And at that same time, even our highest performing student groups are not improving. They're either flat or they're slightly declining. This tells us this is not an isolated issue. It's a system-wide instructional challenge that we have. We are holding two commitments at the same time, increasing overall achievement and reducing disparity between our student groups. So we cannot be satisfied with flat outcomes for any group, and we cannot accept predictable gaps. When patterns are this consistent across multiple groups, it points us back to Tier 1 instruction. Classroom instruction delivered by teachers, the classroom experience students are having in math, daily instruction, tasks, and discourse. Our teachers are the highest leverage point that we have. We must invest in them, and this is exactly why this math adoption matters. We need instructional materials that are designed for all learners, materials that support language development, access and deep thinking, and we need to ensure that these materials are aligned to the shifts in the California math framework. These outcomes are not about student capability. I want to be very clear about that. They are about our system. That's the good news because systems can change. Our next step is clear, and that's to strengthen core instruction, aligned to the framework, and to build teacher capacity. So every student experiences high-quality math every single day. Before selecting any program, we established clear non-negotiables. These ensured that we stayed focused and strategic and aligned to what matters the most in our system. First, the program must be state approved and on the list. This assures alignment to the California standards and the math framework. Secondly, it must be within budget. This is about responsible stewardship and making sure that our resources are maximized for impact. We required also a program that spans all elementary grades. So this prevents fragmentation within our system and ensures a coherent experience for students as they progress from TK through 5th grade. Multilingual learner tools were also a non-negotiable, as we need materials that provide access for all students, especially those developing language. Integration with Clever ensures ease of access for students and teachers. And most importantly, our new program must align to our district performance and our performance targets. So as you can see here, this is not about adopting a program. It's about selecting a tool that advances our outcomes in math. These non-negotiables kept us disciplined, and they ensure that any program we consider was not just an acceptable program, but it positions us to move our system forward. In preparing for the framework shifts, we started this work a long time ago, frankly, in 2022. So we established a math cadre, and we began district math planning conversations, and then we monitored the pending California math framework adoption. Phase 2 started in 2023 through 2025, and we launched, the cadre grew into the math task force. It was approximately 55 teachers, TK through 12th grade. Teachers studied the framework, they chunked it out, and they developed a math vision and mission. And the task force met collaboratively approximately every 6 weeks throughout those years. They invested a lot of time and effort. That helped get our guiding documents together so that we were able to focus our adoption. So fast forward a little bit, in the spring of last year, the Math Task Force narrowed the curriculum choices from the state-approved list down to 3 publishers. Then we conducted publisher presentations and narrowed down to 2 publishers. This fall, a committee of 50-ish teachers piloted the 2 curriculums. There's Inova Math Thinking Math and Imagine Learning. And half of those teachers participated in the deep study of the Math Task Force, which was great. And then this past January, the pilot committee went through the consensus process. Kelly did an amazing job leading them through that. So our pilot results, following that pilot period, teachers on the math pilot committee, they met to review the evidence and they reached consensus on 1 curriculum. So following that robust consensus building process, Inova Math Thinking Math has been selected pending your approval tonight. So while the feedback was largely positive, we recognize that a small number of teachers raised concerns. And these concerns were concentrated and have been carefully reviewed as part of the process. I'm really proud of Kelly and Chris because they engaged each and every one of these teachers personally and invited them to an open house where teachers were able to explore the showcase materials and they were able to ask questions and receive answers to the concerns and questions that they had.
So, fun fact, I was actually a piloting teacher until September when I somehow landed in this position, but I was in the teacher lens for the first month or so of school. So within this program, in the week, there are 4 days of hands-on instruction. So teachers might be facilitating student thinking, sense-making, through hands-on manipulatives. Like in 1st grade, there's a bead string, which is like 10, 10, 10 of different colors, and that turns into a number line. It's very like through line of it. You can see up here, there's a lot of like card games and things where when they're younger, it's gonna have different representations of the numbers, and that's gonna kind of escalate as they get older. You'll see on the screen, he's on a smart board, and that's like a virtual abacus. that he's doing with like class discussion behind him. TKK has a lot of games, spaces, places. It's really like, how do we lean into play to really build those math skills? And so you can see it's really hands-on. It's really trying to build that kind of modeling when they're younger to build on as they get older. And it really builds their number sense and the flexibility, because flexibility is really the key when it comes to math fluency, right? If you can be flexible with numbers, that's going to get you a long way as you get to harder and harder math. And the 5th day of the week is like a flex day. So you might be doing like centers or rotations. That's where the teacher can pull that small group and work on either extension or support or whatever that class and those students need. They might be doing collaboration time where students are engaging more with some of these activities with each other. Or they could also be using the personalized virtual practice tool that scaffolds to whatever current lesson they're doing and then supports where kids need support. And as part of the pilot process, this is my favorite part, besides the math, we elicited feedback from the students. And so I want to share some of their quotes with you. And so we said, is there anything else you want to share about the math program? And so first grader said, Innovamat's bead string is an amazing tool for numbers. I loved the bead string. I wish you could see their spelling because that's the best part of all of it. Another first grader said, I want you to know that Innovamat is my favorite math program. A second grader said, for Innovamat, it really helped me by teaching me how to figure out how to solve new strategies and problems. I really like Innovamat. And then a 5th grader said, Innova Math helped me understand the problem better. And the other pilot program, the problems were way too easy. You know, 5th graders, they're like, Innova Math, another 5th grader, was more efficient and more fun. The other program was a little unorganized and not very fun. And then the last one was another 5th grader. I love Innova Math because it made me think a lot. Up, around. So as we think about our support of teachers, because being fresh out of the classroom, I've seen lots of different options in different districts, and the biggest thing I think is teacher support. And a lot of times it can feel kind of like, here's your new program, August rollout, we'll have one check-in, go forth and enjoy, right? And so we've really tried to be intentional on how teachers know they're gonna feel supported and they're gonna build that system of support. So you can see here, we've already started our spring, we're calling it like a soft onboarding. So last week we did all 3rd grade teams and this week was 2nd grade. And the idea is that it typically is that August rollout where you're already thinking about your classroom, you think about everything you need to do, and then the publisher comes and they're throwing everything at you and you're just really overwhelmed. So the point in the spring is to kind of gently see, like, what is math gonna look like? What is the change? We're gonna bring some samples of what it might look like so you can do it and talk to other people on your grade level. And so far the feedback has been really positive from teachers. And we're gonna continue with every grade level through the next few weeks and few months. So then we'll come with the August PD, which is that initial rollout, the nuts and bolts from the publisher. And then we have these communities of practices. So the idea is within this community of practice, every other month on Thursday during that planning time, 3 schools will come together. It'll be the same 3 schools in their little triad, and the grade level teams will meet and we'll have a very structured process they go to so they can collaborate on what they're working on. They can bring student samples. They'll decide what they want to bring to the next one. So you'll see they'll see each other every other month throughout the year. And then they'll also see each other on that October PD day to really dive into assessment because we know progress reports are coming and conferences are coming. So we want to have that time for them to kind of grapple with that and what does it look like with this program. And the nice part about communities of practice is it really helps teachers feel supported by other teachers, right? So they're not relying on like a skeleton support of us, but they can build support within each other. But also that calibration, right? Across sites, across the district, where we're all kind of doing this together and it's not everyone trying to figure out their own site by themselves. In addition to that, I always think, the biggest support I think you could give teachers when it's a new program is that real time, because a lot of times you can have that outside coaching in the sessions, but then as a teacher you get into the classroom and you're like, great, I have real little humans in front of me. What does this look like now? So we also are going to include, right now we have like 4-ish coaching cycles at every site with every team with those communities of practices, whether that looks like modeling a lesson, co-teaching a lesson, instructional rounds. It'll differ based on that depending on that team and what they really want and need. But that idea that, okay, let's do this in real time with real kids who are giving us feedback, and here's what we do and how do we work together, so that it's really real time and it's not just something we talk about and then we try on our island by ourselves, but we're all going to try this together as well, with kids, real kids.
Thank you. Kelly's been brilliant in putting together the PD for our teachers, which, like I said earlier, they are our greatest asset. So community engagement, the curriculum preview remains available. You can go see it tonight. It is in our cafe. It's been there for a while. We are going to leave that up for the rest of the year. And we will also be hosting a virtual open house for community members and families, because families and staff may want to know more. And so with that, the publisher will be able to answer questions. We'll be able to answer questions. And we're going to ask that families, we'll do it through Parent Square. We're going to ask that families will have a chance to submit like their wonderings and questions ahead of time so that we can be prepared to answer all of their questions. So adoption costs. It's important to note that the $3.5 million number was not our starting point. A lot of hard work went into negotiations around the cost of this adoption. We engaged in that process, and we also included a neighboring district to leverage the size and scope of the deal. And this number represents really hard work and good stewardship of our funds, because the final number is $1.1 million less than the original quoted price. Lastly, the funding source will be lottery funds. This is an account that pays for all large adoptions within our district. I want to take a moment to personally thank Kelly and Chris for their tireless support of teachers. I am so lucky and so blessed to have them on my team, and they are going to do an amazing job with making sure that our teachers are well supported so that we raise outcomes for all of our students. Any questions?
Madam President?
Yes.
Yeah, I am quite encouraged when I saw at least some of the exercises with the beads and the cards and the tactile learning, experiential learning. My question is, how much of this program is reliant on screen technology? Is the textbook or the supplemental material, is it in print form?
Yes.
Or it is, okay.
Yes, so Kelly said earlier, within the scope of the week, the first 4 days are all hands-on materials. Kids are manipulating things, there's print papers. And on the 5th day, where you may be running centers as a teacher, one of those centers may be a small group with some computers, and that practice would be at their grade level. But it's not infused throughout the other 4 days.
Because I know we have a technology topic coming up after this, and oftentimes I inquire, why are we using Chromebooks or technology so much? And the response I often get is because that's what the publishers are producing. The publishers are not producing the paper, the books.
Mm-hmm.
So you're saying, at least with Innovamat, that they are, and we, okay.
Absolutely,
All right,
yes.
then I like that.
Great, we do too.
Can I, ma'am? Okay. And if you don't mind, one slide back, I just want to understand. That's the final cost, 3.5 million.
Yes.
I do see the funding source from state lottery. I'll buy lottery.
Yes, I buy them as
I
stocking
see.
stuffers.
So that way it
I
goes to
appreciate
kids,
that.
right? Yeah, okay. Is this a special fund or grant money, or it is coming from the big pot of general fund?
That is a really
No,
great question, and I will.
It's a special fund. California lottery funds are set aside. It's not part of our general fund. And this funding source itself that we get funded through lottery ticket purchases, so thank you for your support, is set aside, and Angie had mentioned, for these big curriculum purchases that come around, because we know the significant expense. But this is a purchase that includes so much of supplemental materials. I think it's 7 years. Was that?
Correct.
Yeah, a 7-year adoption.
Thank you. Now you know I sit on the budget committee with David. But and the other one, community engagement. It's very key. It's always right. But before that, the fantastic job, fantastic. Yes.
All of the
Ellie and Chris, K and C, right? Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. I know we put the curriculum up there. I don't know whether anybody has come. Anybody?
Yes, they have.
You did?
Would you like
Chris?
to speak to that, Chris?
I know one parent came pretty early in the year during the actual pilot process because I had to come down and meet with them and explain some of it. Other than that, I don't know personally of anyone who came for sure.
Yeah.
Because I had to come downstairs and explain some of the materials. I know that.
I also put the materials in like a QR code and you can explore online, all that, and all of the piloting teachers then sent it to their parents. So we did get like a feedback form and things like that. So they were able to look around on it. And so they were able to look around on it because all of the piloting teachers were able to send that out to their parents.
Fantastic. And again, you're going for virtual events as well
on May
very
6th,
soon.
and we'll send that out.
So what is this period, parents' involvement, collection? Is there a timeline for that? I just want to know. That way I can encourage parents. Come on, guys, this is your turn.
Yes, we would love to have parent engagement because we want them to be asking questions and engaging their children when they come home. So that would be great to encourage them. Kelly said the online open house for parents will be May 6th.
Okay.
And then we'll send that communication out via Parent Square. So all families will have access to attend.
Awesome. Thank you. And I see that 49% last 4 years, I think slide 7 or 8, 50% of the statewide score. And this hopefully brings the wisdom of the mind of the all ethnicities. You have shown one more slide as well, especially the people who are a little bit struggling, lack of better word, I'm using that one, maybe mathematical understanding or so. Have you guys done the comparison with the high-performing districts and what kind of, I'm sure, right? I just want to know from the public perspective.
I will tell you, I work very collaboratively with districts in our area, and there are similar results in other districts. So we are really happy that we have the new framework and there's been shifts in the pedagogy because the way that we're going to be engaging students in mathematical thinking and reasoning is really going to boost student outcomes and achievement.
Awesome.
And I'll also say that our secondary teachers will be going through this same process starting next year. And so we want to also be really judicious about not having too many different curriculums. So there's research behind changing curriculums too many times. So we're really set on having a TK5 as one unified program. And then we want the next adoption for secondary to either then span the same program through 8th grade. So Innovamat does go through 8th grade. They will pilot it. If not, then the choice between 6th through 12th will be the same. That will be one of our non-negotiables for moving forward so that we only have one break and curriculum change within our district because, like I said, having too many changes decreases outcomes.
Got it. So after this 2-3 years of work, great work, are we the first district adopting the Innova Math among the 11 in our county, and we are #1 leading district already?
I will tell you, yes, we are the first district to have a public board meeting to announce this. There will be another, I'm sure, one coming soon from somewhere close.
Okay, but we are the first already announcing public. But thank you once again, being a little bit math guy, I truly appreciate all your work. Ma'am?
I just wanted to say thank you because piloting is a long process. And so thank you. And thank you for being really on it for the PD that's coming after the implementation. I know that's huge. And then I just had one quick question in terms of replacement of like all of the manipulatives. Just because it's a lot of things and we will need to replace them, I'm sure. So what that ongoing cost looks like, or is that part of?
So we worked really hard on negotiations, and within that, we were able to secure the replacement of materials at today's cost for the next 10 years.
Awesome.
We also secured delivery of all materials by May 1st, or will incur the company will incur a fee of $45,000 a day until materials are delivered. That was one of our non-negotiables. We want teachers to have in hand the materials before summer break. We also negotiated for the growth of our district, so there will not be a cost increase. We will see today's price for Granite Springs and any other school that we have moving forward. So I've been really impressed with the hard work that went behind all of this to make sure that we can be really good fiscal stewards of our funds.
Awesome. Thank you. I'm sure a lot of that was you and you're just too humble to say it. So
Thank you for bringing that up because I was waiting to say, so you definitely gave your kudos, you shine the light on your amazing math, but let this board, let Dr. Huber shine a light on your excellence in this process, Angie. She in executive cabinet has found a new hobby that she loves, and it's negotiating. She absolutely loves it. She comes in beaming. And if you think about the money that she's worked on and saving on this, and then there's another curriculum that we're saving on.
World language.
Yeah.
$70,000 I negotiated.
So like, good job paying for your job there, right? Like 1.1 plus 70,000. And if anyone out there in the audience is going to go buy a used car, Angie's for hire to knock down the price, right? So thank you so much. No, it means a lot. I think it means a lot to this board. We are a district that is really focused on being the best in the county, which we are, but at the same time being really great fiscal stewards and getting the most out of every dollar when it comes to our facilities, when it comes to our adoptions, when it comes to everything. So we really appreciate your alignment to that.
Best in the county, but moving to best in
Yes,
the
sir.
state.
In the
That's right.
state.
That's right.
You're here.
I just appreciate how tight everything has been, clearly. I mean, from beginning to end of this whole process, it feels like everything's been really well managed, thought out. I think the student engagement seems to really be there. I mean, I'm kind of like sad my kids are like kind of past the point of being able to experience this math. Like, I mean, I just feel like it seems fun and that kids are going to be like excited about that and get that passion for math that we hope that they will carry on into their secondary years. But, again, I just feel like the highlight of the meeting tonight is just the fiscal responsibility that our teams like have really invested, from facilities to obviously this math curriculum adoption. We really appreciate that. But I would have to agree with Ms. Lofthouse on the plan for the rollout just seems really, really tight and really specific. And I appreciate that because I think sometimes the feedback we get is exactly, it's like, here's the stuff, like, good luck, and so I appreciate those steps that are being put in for that support to make it as successful as it possibly can be. So just super, I'm excited. I didn't think I would be as excited about a curriculum as I am because it's my first big one to do, and I'm juiced about it. So I really appreciate it. So yeah, I know I'm really pumped about it. It just feels like the whole process has been high energy. The team is high energy. The program seems really high energy, and I think that's just really exciting. And I'm really excited to see once we kind of get it adopted to watch those test scores really, I think, move forward. And I think that's going to be the really exciting part of it. So just really appreciate that. So with that, it doesn't look like we have any public comment on this item. Nope. Any final comments from the board?
I was gonna ask just to make sure. So this is rolling out to all elementary schools next year? Okay. And then I also wanted to emphasize that I appreciate how you guys showed the importance of teacher support because most times as a student, sometimes teachers are learning with us how to navigate different systems. So I can see you guys very that out. So thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, well with that, this is an action item, so I will entertain a motion.
I'll move to approve.
Moved by Mr. Chalem-Cherla.
I'll second.
Second by Ms. Evelyn Petrarca.
Ms. Long?
Aye.
Ms. Lopez Petracca,
Aye.
Mr. Chalem-Churla,
Aye.
Mr. Clark,
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse.
Aye.
Mr. Reed,
Aye.
Ms. Larrett.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you, board.
Thanks, team. Great job.
Then we will move on to item 13, discussion, student technology use, Chromebooks, and personal devices.
Excellent. I'll invite Dr. Shauna Pitt up to the podium. As a reminder to the board, it was a few board meetings ago, I think in January, we brought the cell phone policy to discuss again, and there was a long, robust conversation. And then that conversation grew into from the dais, from the governance team, was around also screen time in general. And then there was a larger and more robust conversation. And you asked the team to go forth and do some surveying and learn about different folks' opinions. And so Dr. Pitt did all that work, and she's here today to present for the board for the consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Swanson, President Larrett, members of the board, colleagues. I'm glad to be back. Thank you for giving my intro. Let's go to the first slide. So as Superintendent Swanson mentioned, we distributed a survey to students, parents, and staff at high schools. We collected responses to the survey over 2 weeks. We received a total of 979 responses, represented by 317 students, 535 parents, and 127 staff. As you'll see in a moment when we dive into the data, all of which I'm not going to cover tonight, but a good portion of it we're going to walk through. Virtually every question that we asked on the survey produced really differing results. When we asked the same question to all three groups, we got varying answers. It points to some tensions that emerged in the data. Instructional integrity versus student autonomy, adult perception versus student experience, consistency K-12 in a policy for cell phones versus developmental differences at different ages. And then the idea of phones versus overall screen time, which would include phones and Chromebooks. And so we're going to jump into some of that right now. Let's get to it. So one of the first questions we asked all three groups was, how frequently do cell phones disrupt classroom learning? As you can see on this slide, there's a very clear perception gap across the groups. About 14, consistency within groups in some cases.
As expected,
students.
I believe.
About 14% of students see phones as a frequent distraction. Almost half of parents see phones as a frequent distraction, and over 70% of staff see phones as a frequent distraction. This is not a minor difference in perception, it's a dramatic divergence in lived experience. I'll say that the group most directly responsible for learning would be the staff, reports the highest levels of disruption, and the group most directly impacted by the policy, the students, report the lowest level of disruption. When we asked staff to dig a little bit deeper in that, to articulate how many minutes of instruction were lost per class period due to their management of student use of cell phones, over 83% of the staff reported spending less than 10 minutes per class addressing cell phone usage. When we asked staff how many students use their phones in class despite a restricted policy, which our current policy, as a refresher for high school students, says it needs to be off and away during class time, but students are allowed to access the phones during passing periods and lunch. A majority of the staff reported that fewer than 25% of students attempt to use the phones during class. So a quarter of the students attempt to use their phones despite an off and away policy. When we asked students, after using your cell phone during lunch or passing periods, how difficult is it for you to shift your focus back to classwork? And what we heard is that the vast majority of students say that transitioning from phone use during breaks back to learning is easy for them, 81%. When we ask students the impact of constant access to phones, even though they're off and away, how does that impact you, either accessing social media during breaks or being in contact with others, either parents or whoever it is? How does that impact you 99% of students reported that phone access does not increase stress during the school day. In fact, 47% said that it makes them feel more at ease, more relaxed, more connected to know that they have access to their phone. Hi, Eveline. She's smiling at me real hard right now. It decreases stress, makes them feel more relaxed, more at ease, and connected. And I imagine a big part of that is knowing that they are able to make contact with others, family, or other students during passing periods or during lunch. So then we ask parents, how important is it that your child has access to their cell phone during the school day for emergencies? What we heard is that 45% of parents consider student access to phones during the school day important. Even with that, you can see here there's a bit of a range. Again, the vast majority were on the one end in this Likert scale, is extremely important. I got curious in going through these data and wondered how much of this disruption in class is actually translating to infractions, discipline infractions that are tracked in PowerSchool. And I asked our data team to do a query to see how much the word cell phone ends up in a PowerSchool incident log. And this is what we found. So over the course of the last several years, elementary infractions, which are represented here in blue, remain low. Very little to say there. Middle school actually went up when the policy changed in 23-24 or 24-25. And then high school is actually down from the high in 22-23. So with the focus of this particular survey being on high school students, it was interesting to see that their discipline infractions highlighted here in orange actually have gone down and are lower than the middle school infractions, which actually have the off and away, don't bring your phone to school, bell-to-bell policy. One of our final questions for all groups, which cell phone policy do you think best supports student learning? So it's either keep the current policy for high school, which is off and away, but allowed to be used during passing periods and lunch. Not surprising, students said 84% keep the policy. Parents were they were mixed. They were divided, right? 58% said keep the current policy, 32% they'd want a full day ban, similar to the TK to 8 students. And then the staff were also a little bit mixed, although the majority did request for a full day ban at 51%. So as part of this is bringing this information back as a board decision to determine whether or not to revisit the board policy on cell phones. These are some considerations that I gleaned from the data and present to you as considerations. So if we were to change the high school policy and move to a full ban, some of the considerations we'd have to consider include enforcement consistency and consequences. What does it look like to manage a 2,000 person or 3,000 person school with the appropriate amount of staff to enforce a full ban? The impact on parent communication, where we have a clear divide among parent perception about whether they want to be able to access and communicate with their students during the school day. Supervision during lunch and passing periods. And then on the other hand, if the current policy is maintained, to address some of the concerns that the board has brought forward and public comment that we've read in comments submitted before this presentation, how can we move towards a stronger enforcement of expectations? Can we have clearer classroom norms? Is there adequate professional development for staff about how to handle disruptions? And are we doing enough in the realm of student education on digital citizenship? So I'm going to pivot now to a discussion of screen time beyond phones. We know that in my last presentation, our conversation amongst the board did delve into Chromebooks. I heard some of that come up in the Ed Services presentation about mathematics curriculum, right? How much access are students having to Chromebooks? Is it too much? What are we doing? Are we doing enough? Is this purely a curriculum issue? Is it a teaching issue? Where do we need to do better? And so I want to, before we kind of move into the data specifically around Chromebooks, I do want to say, you know, in many ways, this moment that we're in has been accelerated by the pandemic, where we had no choice but to move to a one-to-one device situation in order to ensure learning during a time where we weren't allowed to be in space together. And as a result, Chromebooks technology have become a ubiquitous part of American classrooms. So our school and our district and our experiences here are not unique. This is a question and a concern that many boards are addressing as well. I do want to say, you know, we have a responsibility to prepare students for the skills that they're going to need in career and college and life. I have an 8-year-old that just did his first Google slide presentation, and I was like, whoa, okay. Okay, thank you. Good to know, Komodo dragons. Needless to say, we, and I think you heard this from our Ed Services team, we view Chromebooks as a tool. We view technology as a tool, like many other tools that we have in the classroom. And I want to be really clear that nothing replaces the impact and the influence of a teacher on the learning process, right? Technology is not, never will be a substitution for the relationships that are needed to advance learning. We know a ton more about how the brain learns today than we did 20 years ago, and a lot of that is based on the science of learning and development. And we know that learning is fundamentally a social and an emotional process that's deeply influenced by relationships, by learning environments, all of which contribute to a student's ability to do academic risk-taking, to learn and discuss, right? The biggest part of learning happens in the discourse, in the conversation, in the working and learning and struggling together to learn. And so I just want to preface that as we move into some of what we learned from this survey. I also want to just give a little bit, you know, to anticipate a question maybe around curriculum formats across grade levels. And so in our elementary classrooms, all core curriculum is available in both print and digital formats. Print materials are typically the primary format used in classrooms. I will say I have not been in every classroom in our district, but I have been to most of our schools in the last few months that I've been in this position. And part of my visits to schools includes visiting classrooms. And I have to say, I very infrequently see students on devices alone, silent with headphones. Like I don't think I've seen that once. And that's from elementary all the way through to high school. I walk into classrooms, I see students talking with one another. I see them engaging in reading literature. Are tools there in the classroom? Absolutely. Are there Chromebooks there in the room? Sure. But is that the primary thing that I'm seeing? Absolutely not. So the same is true in middle school. Most curriculum is available in both print and digital format. High school, core curriculum is available also in both print and digital formats. There's some exceptions. There's supplemental materials that are in print only. There's some specialized courses that we have that may use digital only materials, but again, that's typically in smaller numbers of sections. And so when we ask the different groups about their perceptions of screen time during the school day, this is what we heard. Students mostly see it as not a concern or only a minor concern. 71% of students don't think that screen time during the day is a problem. Parents report more moderate to major concern at 63% of parents are in the moderate to major concern. And for staff, nearly all report a moderate to major concern. That's 90% of teachers are concerned about the amount of screen time during the school day. Again, this is high school. I just want to reiterate that we're not talking K-12. This is high school only staff, high school only parents, high school only students. When we asked the same groups about student learning being negatively impacted by screen time, this is another place where we saw a very clear perception gap. While most students report little impact from school day screen time, a majority of parents, and especially staff, believe it significantly undermines student learning. And again, these questions were asked on a Likert scale, where 1 is not at all impacted, and 5 is extremely. So you can see the distribution there. I will say, I do see lots of uniformity of people on the 3. The moderate is consistent in every single group. It's not helpful, but it is what it is. And so as I kind of pivot to closing out this presentation, I want to acknowledge that 3 of our high school principals are here tonight. We have Principal Amy Strawn here from Cordova High, Howard Cadenhead from Folsom High, Phil Leinhart from Vista Del Lago. I'm really pleased to have them here. So if there's anything that comes up that I can't answer and our team can't answer, I'll definitely turn to them. But as I turn it back to you for discussion about whether or not to put this policy forward for consideration for revision in the high school level, I just want to offer some questions. What problem are we trying to solve? Will the change in the cell phone ban adequately address that problem? Is it instructional time? Is it safety? Is it culture? Or is it screen time? Is it a mixture of all of those things? Does the data suggest widespread failure of the current policy, right? And then what unintended consequences might result in a change of policy? Those things we don't have explicit answers to, but for consideration and discussion. And so there's a multiple paths forward. Option A might be maintain the current high school policy, off and away during class time, available for use in between class periods and at lunch. Option B would be to move to a full day ban and have consistency TK-12 in all schools with the same cell phone policy. And then option C would be a hybrid model where maybe phone is only available at lunch, but not during passing periods or some version of that. And option D might be to change at one high school before district-wide implementation. So I think there's a lot of options for consideration. And with that, I'll leave it to you for questions or comments.
Any questions?
Yeah, Madam President. So I might surprise people by not starting off with cell phones, since I'm going to start off with Chromebooks. And, in a way, I wish we had a separate conversation on Chromebooks and a separate conversation on cell phones, because they're both important conversations, but there's a lot of overlap. So it kind of makes sense that we have it together, but obviously a policy that we might adopt may not be uniform on cell phones and Chromebooks. I mean, obviously very different types of tools and instruments there. With Chromebooks, I've spoken about this at length at other meetings. The scientific studies really are showing an alarming trend of what's happening to the youth, not just in America, just worldwide, with elevated levels of screen time during a time that their brain is in developmental stage. We didn't. This is new, right? I mean, when I say new, it's been going on for what, 15 years now, or a little more than that. And I think when we first entered this, technology was new and exciting, and everybody was embracing it. I don't think people necessarily, because it wasn't a lived experience, we didn't know what the downsides were. Well, the fact of the matter is we're learning what the downsides are. And when we learn something, we need to evolve our thought pattern on how we're going to deal with it. Now, I don't think this is about being pro-technology or anti-technology. I think, there is obviously good uses with technology. There are some poor, perhaps uses with technology. But the one thing when it comes to Chromebooks, let me just go full circle back to Chromebooks. There are really two areas of concern that I really would like the board to consider. And certainly, I'm not an expert, and so if we need to create a task force if there's a certain level of interest of the board, and to come back with some recommendations. One of the things that I've mentioned multiple times is I really would like to get technology out of the early grades. I understand it's not in TK now, so I'd like to keep it out of TK. And I'd like to get it out of, at the very least, kindergarten and first grade. These are the grades where we want students using their hands, learning, tactile skills of learning, learning how to interact with their classmates, not having distractions related to screens. And, you know, what surprises me is when I speak to teachers, because initially I thought there would be significant pushback from teachers. I'm actually getting more support from teachers than I originally realized. And I think that's evolved because I remember first having this conversation about technology 5 or 6 years ago, and there was more pushback from teachers. But that was prior to the pandemic. And obviously, where we went with the pandemic and what we had to embrace with the pandemic, I mean, let's face it, we never backtracked. Our technology is essentially practice is the pandemic technology practice that we had implemented, with the exception of we aren't issuing one-to-one Chromebooks in elementary school, which is good. So anyway, if we could find some way to get technology out of the early grades. Now, obviously, we need technology by 3rd grade because of standardized testing. So by the time the students get to standardized testing, they need to at least have familiarity with Chromebooks in order to excel on the testing. The other area that I really would like us to perhaps consider, and it wasn't in the group that you surveyed, but it's middle school, again, related to Chromebook. You know, we've been issuing one-to-one Chromebooks in middle school. You know, I would like us to maybe explore the possibility of bringing the Chromebooks back to the cart. Each classroom having a Chromebook cart. And thank you. Each classroom having a Chromebook cart, and have the teachers distribute the Chromebook as needed for classroom instruction. I don't think students need to have the Chromebooks at lunchtime. We all know what they're doing at lunchtime. Just walk into a cafeteria. We've substituted them being glued to their cell phones to them being glued to their Chromebooks, and it's really causing a lot of challenges for parents. Managing technology that is basically being forced upon them at the home level. So, you know, I think, you know, high school, I guess I'm you know, a similar policy might be warranted at high school, but right now, you know, I just really want to focus on to the middle school level and the early grades. You know, I think high school, perhaps we leave it go for right now. But it's actually a very similar strategy to cell phones, right? When we started the cell phone policy, we were one of the first districts in the nation to have a cell phone policy, where we outright banned cell phones. And the first thing was we banned it in elementary school. Some people were like, well, why are you banning cell phones in elementary school? It's not really a problem. Well, if you recall, at the time, it was starting to become a problem in 5th grade. You know, the cell phone issues was cascading downwards grade levels. You know, there was a period of time it wasn't a problem in middle school, then it was a problem in middle school. So, you know, I think we nipped it in the bud with elementary schools back when we adopted the cell phone policy. Then we decided, based on, you know, various input, including teachers, to expand the cell phone ban into middle school. By and large, it's been quite successful. In talking to the middle school principals, there was a dramatic change. Although I see, you know, your one slide that shows enforcement being a little bit higher, although I guess maybe that's not as surprising when you think about having to enforce a cell phone ban versus something that is a little bit more flexible. And that takes you obviously to one of the components of today's conversation, which we had back in January, which is extending the current K-8 cell phone ban strategy through high school. You know, so I mean, obviously, I think everybody knows my position. I would love to have option B, but you know what? I'd be open to option C and D as well to try a hybrid model or even pilot a high school if one of our high school principals want to volunteer. Now, keep in mind, Principal McFall, when we were talking about experimenting with a middle school band, his hand shot up so fast, but we ultimately decided, no, we're going to do all the schools. But yeah, so I guess where I am, at least for the board's sake, is I'm interested in option B, but willing to consider C and D as well. So there was a lot there, but again, we kind of combined two subject matters together, but it's all about screen time, so.
So I think piggybacking on that, the problem we are trying to solve is screen time. And so if we're looking at screen time, it's also, it's not just cell phones, it's not just Chromebooks, but if we're looking at screen time as the problem, there's things beyond just those two mechanisms or tools as well. If we're showing videos in class, if we are, videos is the one thing that sticks out, but that adds on to screen time. If students are expected to go home and do homework on the computer and submit on Google Classroom, that's screen time. So, so if that's the problem we have to solve, there is systemic changes that would have to be made, because right now what we are using primarily in the upper grades for sure is Google Classroom, but I think that's an elementary thing as well. And so there's that piece of it. If we are looking at changing all of that, I'm all for it. I'm all for the hands-on, all for doing that type of learning. My daughter heard me in a phone conversation today, my 18-year-old, and she's like, just bring back the books. And her and I had a whole conversation about getting homework done. And she said when Chromebooks became the tool to do homework, it was harder for her to get work done at school. She couldn't take out her book and do her homework in a class that she finished early in because maybe that teacher didn't want Chromebooks out at that time. And so homework was forced to be done at home, even if she had time in school. And being an athlete, she tried to get things done during the school day. And so I would never have thought of that as a teacher, as an educator, but that was her kind of insight on that was, if I have a book, I can take it out and do my work. And so that's something to think about. But my concern with removing Chromebooks now without making other changes is that equitable access at home. We are providing a device for students to be able to access our current situation, which is Google Classroom, pulling up questions, things like that, that they are required to do at home as homework. Oftentimes, I think that that's where a lot of that time is assigned is on that device. And so we do have to keep in mind those things. It would have to be a full change in terms of not using Google Classroom as often or having time in the class to make those submissions. So there are things to consider, but we also have to consider that not all students will have access to devices at home. And then, let me see my notes. I think you said a lot of actually what I did want to say. Also, I think that while students aren't oftentimes sitting and doing things on Chromebooks, it's used as a reward of, oh, if you finish early, then you can take out your Chromebook, you can play games, you can play the math games. So I think looking at that, and I think that's probably at least middle school and elementary school more so than high school. They're probably not playing math games. They find far more exciting things to do. I also have concerns about the way we secure our Chromebooks, where I think we kind of do things the opposite way. Rather than shut it down and allow certain sites to be accessible, it's sort of the backwards. We block as many things as we can. It's kind of like just this constant game of like, oh, we heard about this website, rather than block it all and then allow the certain websites that we would want our students to use. And I think that's it. I agree with a lot of what you said. I do wish these were two separate conversations because I do think that in terms of policy, we're in one lane already with cell phones. But if the problem we are trying to solve with those bans, then this is a necessary conversation to have with everything, so.
I would agree with a lot of what you said there. I mean, my personal experience was my sixth grader does have a cell phone, which I took away for excessive use. And I saw her in the middle of the family room floor with her Chromebook out. I was like, oh, I'm juiced. She's like doing her homework. No, she's on YouTube. She just like found a way to like circumvent me from that, right? And so I think that's from a parent standpoint, especially parents who do not allow cell phones in their household, especially at the younger ages and things like that. We are putting the tool in their hands for us to circumvent the parent experience in there. The other thing I kind of wanted to point out in the presentation is we talk about the student experience, but I also think we have to really acknowledge that this is also a staff experience, that this is not just a student experience, that there is adult perception. And I think the adult perception really comes from maybe some of the parent standpoint because they aren't sitting in the classroom specifically. And so it's their best guesstimate based off of, homework that's coming home or talking to their student or different things like that. So that's kind of, I think, more perception based, but I do want to highlight that with this, when we're looking at the staff data, that is the staff's experience in the moment of that with the students. And so I think that, we've got two vastly different experiences that are like happening here. But I think, when we're talking about, digital literacy and different things like that, and those things, we're working, and trying to really especially on drug use and vaping and things like that, have been pushing those literacies, but we are still finding that students at younger and younger ages are still accessing vape pens and different things like that. So I think that while we continue to drive to that, we still have to say that while we're moving towards that education component, that there is still kids who are accessing those harmful things. And I think that we have to acknowledge that screen time is harmful. I mean, what I'm finding is in my younger employees, they are having a difficult time reading and comprehending emails. My clients will say, I need 20 shirts, pink, these are the sizes, one color imprint. And they come back and they're saying, well, what color shirt did you want? Well, she said it right there. It says pink, but what's happening is that I've been reading up on a lot of data. They're talking about that with emails and stuff like that. And because we're trying to work faster, we're learning to scan more, right? So the comprehension level for students that, a lot of schools are talking about that they've got to change the comprehensive testing because their students are having more difficult time of reading a block and then stating what was happening and then reading a block and stating what's happening, is that they're having to cut that down because the students are scanning through to just try and find those highlighted data points and things like that and then respond. And so I think we're getting less robust responses, which is causing it to be less critical thinking in the moments of things that are happening. Also saw a study on gaming specifically, and they were talking about gaming in the early years when gaming first kind of came out. You had Tetris and you had Mario Brothers. And they were talking about Tetris specifically was a lot of spatial awareness and things like that and manipulation with your hands to try to, get the squares in. And with Mario Brothers, it was you started and you died and you had to start over and you had to start over and you had to start over. But the gaming now is eternal. You just go on and there is no fight to get your guy to the end of the line. And so they've kind of stopped learning some of those tendencies, even with games, of the fact that it comes to an end and you have to get that tenacity to keep moving through the space. And now that gaming also has all these tools, the kids don't have to actually critically think on how they're going to get to the next level. They just go to YouTube, they find a YouTuber who can tell them the tips and the tricks, and they move forward. And so kids, I think when we're talking about some of the mental health issues and things like that, some of this stuff is directly contributing to the fact that that grit that we kind of learned in some of those earlier years has started to kind of collapse with some of this just eternalness that kind of happens with this. So I do think we were talking about two different things. I would say that probably for me on the Chromebook thing, I think a task force would be absolutely where we would want to go with this, because this is not something that we're going to say, hey, Chromebooks are just gone and that's the end of it. We are not set up or prepared for that level of commitment, I think, today on that. For me personally, I would be option B, a move to a full day ban. I could maybe get to the level C to start the process of this, to get us acclimated with the students through some of this. And, with anticipation that we are going to be having some restrictions coming forward with a Chromebook and screen time and things like that. And I think maybe that's why I was so excited about the math. curriculum was because it was more play-based and it did like have some exciting tools that wasn't related to this. And it's like, I do see my sixth grader was a kindergartner in the pandemic, and that screen addiction literally happened at that moment, of that constant, just like, battering of the screen time. And is like, as parents, we kind of got fooled into like, you have to give them a phone so that they can be connected to you during the day. But at the same time too, like, I do think that it does cause some stressors to the kids, I mean, I've done it myself. I mean, when we're talking about Power School, why is this assignment missing in the middle of the day, right? And then, my son's like desperate to like get home and like explain to me why this like, and I'm like, I've like created a fear in him like all throughout the day because he knows that I'm like texting him in the middle of the day, right? And some of the students have said that the middle school students enjoyed the phones being gone because their parents couldn't text them in the middle of the day, which was causing them some stressors. So that's kind of where I'm at with it. But I mean, I don't know if, Chris, if you have anything to say or like.
Oh, yes.
Can I just really quick, because I was like, you said something that made me like think about it. I do think that when we are talking about screen time, there is developmental things to look at in child development and those phases of development, and also ensuring like my go-to every time is that we are not educating enough. And I think full on since day one that this conversation has started, I have said that, and I still have not seen enough education for parents or for students. And so regardless, I think that if that's the problem we're solving, we need to really hone in on that piece of the education of screen time, because again, there are times that we cannot control, and they're going to do whatever they do once they leave the school. But if we educate them, that's where they can take that beyond the time, beyond the bell ringing, and parents as well. And I think, again, this is it's not just us that are dealing with this. This is something that we probably won't solve alone, but having the conversation is the first step. But we also are talking about behaviors that are happening. And one way to control behaviors is those connections, and what is taking away those connections between adults and the children. And I'm not just talking at school, like at home too, is screen time and whatever that screen time looks like. And I think that that giving our students the most opportunities to form connections, whether that's with peers, whether it's with a trusted adult, whether it's another teacher or the yard duty, whatever that is, giving them the most opportunity to make those connections will help us with behavior issues, will help us with stagnant math scores. Like, I think that there's enough data for us to build on the fact that this isn't good for kids. And it's not good for adults, but especially not good for kids in the time that they're developing, so.
Awesome. I'll make a few comments. I agree with my colleagues here. Maybe slide 5, ma'am, if you don't mind, because I pay more attention to the other side also, the teachers. Slide 5 is, 10 minutes per class. They're spending to tell the kids about the cell phones or the thing, since it is cell phone. 10 minutes is a lot of time, in my mind. And if you can go to the next slide, ma'am, Dr. Pitt, 25% of the students are still attempting. I just want to take something out here. I'm agreeing with my colleagues. A pilot task force, I'm not the expert, and maybe bringing the great group of, those 127 teachers where you got the response and all the kids and parents, maybe a task force is good. 25% are still attempting to open the cell phones. Mm-hmm. So the outcome is right now, besides the task force, I'm going to stay option A, but we have something to learn from this survey. And we have 3 great principles are, sitting here, that slide 12, you're mentioning about the current implementations. Anything we can do to start with this information, that brainstorming. Since this is a high school level, I'm more leaning towards option A, but still, how do we minimize the 10 minutes every class teacher and 25% of the kids still opening? Can we do something?
So my,
Right,
my
that's-
question to you on that though is that we've been doing option A and we're still losing this, and the teachers have been doing it with fidelity. So if we've already been doing this for the last, now we're moving into year 4 and we're still seeing the same result on the class time, like.
I'm just
What's the
curious.
next
I don't know though, because are we doing it to fidelity? Is every
Yeah.
single classroom following the exact same class norms? I'm going to venture to say no, just because I see the principals all shaking their head no. But I think that one of the big questions with that is we did see a spike in middle school having issues once we implemented, and you're going to now have to multiply that by 2.5, 3 times because of the size of the high schools. And so how are we going to manage a stronger policy where we will have a spike in the infractions? And so, I think for me, when I'm looking at this, I lean towards option A, but there are changes that need to be made where class norms are the same, where there is a clear direction that every classroom has the pocket that the phones go in, because then they can't access it. Or, they can, because some of them have 2 or 3 phones in their backpacks. But still, I think that having clear norms for the classrooms and say, like, this is our chance. This is our chance to prove that these phones can stay away. Because, again, there are teachers that say, okay, just take out your phone. That's easy. You can look up information.
Would you guys be open then to the hybrid model C then, which then we could enforce it during the class, in the classroom time with the policy to enforce it with the teachers and staff, and then still have it available during lunch? I'd even be open to even the passing period. But if we went to the hybrid model C, it kind of just enforces that classroom time a little bit more than just saying, hey, I mean, so it's like option C is really option A, but just with more stringent policy on our end or during the classroom time. Because then that would still give the phone available during the lunch, so the parents still, if we needed to talk about pick up, drop off and things like that, would still have that availability and things like that. Kids could, still meet up during lunch times.
Madam President, right now, they're off and away during all class times. So that's current. This is year 2 of that.
Yeah, I understand that. But
Okay.
if we're saying that there's not fidelity with that,
Yeah, but I'm just saying clarity. I just want to make sure that you are clear on whatever suggestion you're
Yeah.
making. The expectation currently at all 3 of our comprehensive
Policy,
high
not
schools.
just the expectation.
Yeah,
Right.
is that it's off and away during class times. So I didn't know if you were mentioning that you didn't think that existed, or if you're suggesting about the not passing periods part of the hybrid, because currently they are able to access during passing periods.
well, I guess this is a question for the principals. Are we seeing significant issues with the cell phones during the passing periods?
Yeah.
Yes, you guys spent your whole evening with
Yeah, come
us.
on.
Please come up.
Come on up.
All 3 together, lock arms.
We love to see you all 3 here, truly.
Yeah, I'd be happy to answer that. Thank you. And any other questions? I'll be honest, we don't experience issues during passing period.
You don't.
I mean, we don't have issues. I have a real not fear, but concern about implementing a rule that we can't enforce. And if you've been on my campus with 3,000 kids on 65 acres in 7 minutes changing classes, we would be creating a rule that can't be enforced. And I do think I have concerns also. I share your concerns about screen time. That's something I share. But I more share creating, and I'll let my colleagues speak if they don't share the same opinion, creating an expectation that there's just no reasonable way that we follow. It also, I think, puts us in a position that even the Studer survey pointed out recently, what students expect from us is consistency in enforcement. The size of lunches, the size of passing periods that we have, we would simply be grabbing kids that we were nearby when we see them. randomly. And I don't feel like that feels good to kids, that it's random who we enforce it with. I also think that expecting that we have to understand that having phones in a backpack in class isn't something we're proposing to change, and that's our current policy. Because kids will have their phone in their backpack, short of metal detectors or something pretty extreme. And so we are not really changing. Teachers are burdened by this. I completely understand that. And what I think they would love to see is a world where they don't have to police cell phones. I really do. And I understand that fully. But by saying you can't have it out, that's what we're saying now. And we do have some issues with it. I don't know that it's typically as disruptive as we say with 10 minutes, because our policy, I think if we looked at our policy of enforcement and the number of violations we have, we maybe average 10 to a dozen cell phones sent to us daily, right? And so if we're enforcing the policy as written at our schools, that cell phone would be collected and sent to the office, but we're getting 10 to 12 a day. That does not jive with the statistics that we see at all, right? So either we're not enforcing it or the problem isn't as large as we think it is. So I mean, I think it's something to consider. And I will go back and I want to echo the conversation about screen time and Chromebooks in general. I think there's a lot of room for review and evaluation of pedagogy, best practice, timing, putting those things down and away. And yes, possibly not sending those home so we relieve that burden from our parents. But I think that's something that can certainly be talked about at the high school level. But again, all going back to that cell phone, we create something that we can't enforce and it hurts our culture. That's my belief.
I agree with pretty much everything Howard just said. I do want to talk specifically about option C though, about keeping the same policy but then not passing periods. We're really only talking about 20 minutes difference, like when, at least at our site, there's not a lot of passing periods. And then that I could only see as a negative because, okay, maybe we keep the 20 kids we catch off their phone for 10 to 20 minutes, but that is a relationship thing where they are just going to be mad at us, like, why'd you pick me out? And we know there's going to be kids behind them on their phone too. So what are we going to gain by hurting the relationship with those kids? And we talk about like the connectedness. And I mean, at least we look at that data all the time and it has been trending up. Like it's, of course, like that sense of belonging is not where we want it to be, but it's not cratering because they're on their phones. And I think if we go out there and start selectively picking kids out, even if we're not doing it intentionally, we are going to pick just some of the many violators during those passing periods. That's harder for me. It's really easy in a classroom to be like, yeah, everybody knows they can't be on the phone. So when you catch that kid, they're not mad. They know the deal. But I think it would not make as much sense to go out and do it just during passing periods. So for me, I'd have a hard time with that one. So.
I'll address the Chromebooks first and foremost. I was probably one of the biggest champions for ed tech tools 10, 15 years ago. I was, and I think we got it wrong, and I'll say that publicly. We did. If we're talking about making policy changes, I'd start there because that's impacting the learning and instruction, right? When it comes to cell phones, my priority is the learning. Let's keep the classroom instruction as focused and effective as we possibly can. That said, I have a K-12 background and our teachers may need some more support with how to manage that because now we're managing behaviors in a way that we've never had to do at the secondary level. And so that's maybe where we put some energy in with helping teachers really get some better tools to battle the phones in the classroom. So when it comes to the Chromebooks and the technology, like how the instruction is happening, happy to have that conversation. When it comes to the phones at lunch, I have probably the most resources out of the three of us at Cordova High. I have 10 campus monitors and 6 administrators. That's 16 people policing every student bathroom and every zone for 2,100 kids. We cannot do that equitably. I'm gonna look out and I'm gonna see this group right here, and I'm not, like Howard said, I'm not going to be able to enforce that in the best way. And that's my fear for our students at Cordova High School. I also know that there are some developmental differences between a middle school student. I do know that. They are different at passing period over at Mitchell Middle School, where I was before, and at Cordova High. They just sometimes need that break, and kids are connecting in ways that we don't understand. They really are. And some would argue maybe our kids are sometimes the most connected because of how they engage with one another. But I think that the conversation about phones, I don't want to have a policy I can't enforce. I don't want to shy away from focusing on what's happening in the classroom. And so I'm happy to have conversations, like I said, about computers, but phones I say leave as.
I will add as well, and I would argue in the last year, our kids have actually said, we recognize that screen time can be a problem, and they're really compliant overall when we say, hey, we got to take that phone. They understand. Like, they understand that it can be problematic. I think the conversation that we're having here is becoming pervasive even with teenagers. A young lady told me that the other day, I understand the cell phone policy. Like, I don't have a problem with the cell phone policy. I see it on Instagram all the time. It can be harmful for us. Like, I get it, but it needs to be consistent, right? That's the concern of kids, is like, let's be consistent. So I think education continues to be a part of that, as well as for teachers, right? So, but I think we're coming around a little bit.
I just wanted to really quickly say thank you so much for the three of you being here, because I think your voices are integral to this conversation. And we've had this conversation multiple times without your voices here. So I just want to extend our thank you for you being here late and still having your Friday to deal with tomorrow. So, so thank you.
Madam President?
Yeah.
So I guess a question I have, it's a question and it's an observation. So I hear what you're saying. I'm also seeing the statistics here of the survey that says 71.6% of your teachers indicate that cell phones disrupting learning happens often, almost always. So if we don't ban cell phones in high school, what are we going to do to get that 71.6% down to lower than 10% of teachers saying cell phones are not being disruptive? Because the status quo, we can't continue. You know, we're not going to be the best district in the state or in the county if we can't figure out how to get the disruption down from 71.6%.
Yeah, I don't know where the 71.6% is being measured from. It doesn't surprise me because teachers are the ones responsible for policing it. Kids, on the other hand, we had data that showed that 25% of kids only or fewer are using their cell phones or trying to use their cell phones during class. Clearly, from a student standpoint, they said it's less disruptive, probably because most of them are trying to use their cell phone, right? So what we don't want it interrupting instruction. I will say, I think all of us here would agree that our teachers maybe need a little extra support in enforcing this policy that we have already, that wouldn't change even if we ban it on campus. We still have to enforce it in the same way, and consistency. We talk about a culture of accountability. That means that teachers support teachers. Administrators and boards probably support teachers in strong ways, right? So they know that we have their back from the classroom up to say, yes, we are asking you consistently, every single one of our 120 teachers, to take a phone when you see it in class. And I will tell you this, I go to class A and I will sometimes see a good number of phones out, but I go to these other teachers over here and I never see a phone out. Because from day one, they collected the phone. And on the second time they collect the phone, the parent comes and picks it up. And the parent corrects the behavior. But when we're inconsistent, and that's the fear of that policy out on campus, that we can't effectively be consistent with. When we're inconsistent, those behaviors continue. So yeah, I think continued education about the harms of that, understanding the collective responsibility for supporting each other by enforcing these policies from day one and throughout the year. And I understand the fatigue, but I definitely see in pockets, and be happy to walk with any of you. We go to the teachers I can name and you won't see a phone, you won't see an earbud. And we go to other teachers and we'll see a good number of them.
So
right?
what is the resolution then to, I mean, do you think on getting that consistency then? Like, what can we do to help support that?
I think, again, understanding that, from top to bottom in an organization, this is a priority. I really do. I think knowing we're having this discussion here, knowing this is important to you, knowing they will get the support when they collect those phones, knowing from us that we're going to support them, educating our kids, educating the parents to understand it's a priority with our entire district, and us as administrators as we're getting in class, addressing it when we're seeing it. I know we're having to do that on occasion with our teachers, right? And again, I think we'll continue to make strides. We already have, I think, in the last few years, and we are really, really focused on academic discourse, accountable talk in our spaces. So we're building relationships, not through screens. It's been a focus of ours for a number of years, and I think our kids see it and understand it. So, I think all those things together will be more effective in the next 3 years or so as we make progress over, again, implementing a rule that I don't think we can enforce with any consistency.
Sorry. Piggybacking on what they're saying, I, as a student, can confidently say class norms are not the same because I'm in my IB history class. No one has their phone out. We're all working on our work, and my teacher loves to give actual physical paperwork. But then I'm in my regular psychology class. I turn around and I see everyone, literally everyone, they're either sleeping or they're on their phone. And it's like, what is going on? And then I understand that it's like some teachers want to seem, I don't want to say cool, but cool or chill with the students to not hurt the, the student relationships. But sometimes I feel like the consistency is just not there. And so implementing option B is not gonna work. If the option that we have right now, maintaining the current high school policy, it's semi-working. I don't think having a full day ban is gonna work either way. And I feel like I kind of see this as well with no smoking policies. Sometimes no shade, but no shade to all the staff members that I know they try very hard, but I will still enter the bathrooms and I'll see a big group of people just smoking or just hanging out doing stuff that they're not supposed to be doing. And then recently, I heard math tests are on Pear Deck, so they're on Chromebooks. We don't have physical math tests anymore. Why did we implement that if technology use was a problem? It just doesn't make sense for me, and then for other students as well. So the board being okay, here's your full day ban, but take your math test on a Chromebook. So that's just, I don't know. If anything, I think option C, a hybrid model, slowly, I guess you could say, implementing a no phone ban during passing periods and school time with the consistency of teachers. And I guess that's something principals would have to work with, would be good. And then, at least them seeing okay, I'll have my phone during lunch. And then slowly, if the goal is still a full day ban, then we could move it to then. But I feel like consistency is the major issue, especially in high school. So yeah.
Time-wise, when will the first group of, it was last year that we implemented the full ban for middle school? Is that correct? Or 2 years ago?
The current 8th graders have never experienced being able to have phones in middle school. So the current 8th graders will be the first going into high school.
So I think it's hard to measure changes with groups that are kind of they've kind of all had different policies at different times. So I truly think that with that 8th grade group then coming through, that's where we're going to see changes or not see changes. And I think that that's almost the group to kind of keep an eye on versus looking at our current high schoolers that didn't have these policies going through. And I think that like when we implement a policy or when we implement change, it's not going to be overnight that there's changes. And sometimes it does take that time to go through. And I think that that 8th grade group is going to be ones to really keep an eye on in terms of what's their usage look like when they come into high school. Are they, and if we're also rolling out hard, like consistent policies within the classrooms with that 8th grade group, we're rolling it out in a way that makes sense, and we're not just kind of stripping things away from people that already had it. So I think moving forward with that 8th grade group, that's kind of where we kind of hone in, and that's on most, I mean, from us, but also, the school administration to sort of deliver that message to the teachers of we want consistent policy. We need consistent policy. And this is the policy, and we don't want to see it. And whether it's pedagogy or whether it's like where those supports are needed. I know when I was an administrator, a lot of times it was like, well, where there was behaviors or where there was cell phones, it was because the class wasn't as exciting or it wasn't as engaging or it wasn't involving the thinking and the conversation that happens in the classroom. So do we need to support teachers to be able to have those skills to be able to carry out classrooms that are more difficult, frankly, to teach in a classroom where sometimes it doesn't go the way you wanted it to because you have released control to the kids, things like that. So I personally think that option A is where to stay right now, especially with these 8th graders coming forward, and we can kind of keep an eye on them and have the commitment of like having consistent classroom policy as much as possible. Because again, you can't control every single classroom all the time, but so.
Might we go to public comment? We haven't done that yet.
Oh, yes. Let's do it.
All right, we have Nicole Heine, followed by Rachel Coons.
Good evening. I have a 6 a.m. flight. That's how important this is to me. Of our conversation today, so I taught 0 period math today. I know 3 teachers who took phones away today but did not send them up to the office from my building. So I think we're taking a lot more phones but not wanting to send them all the way up to the office. And that's a thought. They can stew on that and help support through that. But the concern that I had that I wanted to address was our Chromebooks. Our Chromebooks are not locked down in the ways that my family locks down computers for our students. And we see that in the classroom because, yes, they're supposed to go work an assignment. And as I walk through the classroom, I'm flipping tabs and I'm driving some Mario Kart like make-believe site that has gotten through. And I do not think it is that hard for us to write a little AI program that looks at all the websites the kids are at all day long and figures out which ones of them are games. Like, make it educational technology, not this game box that I carry around with me. And if math is kind of boring and hard, I can just switch tabs and I don't have to do math anymore. Especially like in our lower math classes, these kids cannot focus and cannot engage with the learning. And because that Chromebook is there and it's an easy distraction, and if I want to, I can go do something else, because it's really hard to keep 37 kids all on task if they don't want to be on task and if they don't want to be learning. And so I think one really easy decision we can make tonight is that whatever is to have, figure out with IT how we review these websites that are looked. It shouldn't have to be that I have to report it as a teacher, that I'm spying over all the kids' shoulders and seeing what websites people are playing games on today to get it banned. we can leverage technology so much easier to figure out what those are and make it more about education and not a toy to distract us from this space where we're supposed to be focusing on learning. But it is so easy to be distracted with these tools that we've given to every single student. So those are my thoughts for tonight. Thank you for looking into this, right? It's so important to all of us, both as staff and as parents. Yeah, and I think you could also look at actual data. Like we can pull the data on what websites are being looked at to know what the Chromebooks are actually being used for, right? We don't have to self-report. Self-reporting isn't very good data usually. Thank you.
Thank you. Rachel Coons, followed by Sonia Switters.
Hi, I am Rachel Coons. I am a parent of a 6th grader at Sutter Middle School. I'm also a mom of 4, and I'm here because I'm deeply concerned about how Chromebooks are being used in our district, especially at the middle school level. When my son entered middle school at the beginning of the year, I had no idea what we were getting into with Chromebook access, and what I've seen and experienced is disturbing. My son has spent hours on YouTube at school in class simply because he finished his work early, and instead of his teachers engaging him in something meaningful or a book, he was handed a screen. And I had a friend at Folsom Middle School campus earlier this year at lunch, and she saw a majority of the students heads down, screens open. We are replacing human interaction with screens. And that issue doesn't just stop at school. These devices go home with our children, giving them essentially unlimited internet access to YouTube and gaming sites. At my son's IEP meeting earlier this year, I asked if they could lock down YouTube off campus, and I was told that the district cannot legally restrict access to these sites off campus. So I want to say this clearly. If these devices cannot be safely managed, they should not be sent home. As parents, many of us are trying to do our best, and in my home, my child doesn't even have a cell phone because I understand the research on how harmful excessive screen use can be. But the district has handed my child a device that I cannot fully control, and that puts my family in a horrible situation. And the research supports these concerns. Research from Jonathan Haidt and others is clear. Excessive screen use comes with costs, not just academically, but socially and emotionally. So I'm asking the district to consider real actionable changes. Restrict Chrome use to active instruction time only, eliminate Chromebooks from lunch and free time, and keep devices on campus where they can be checked out and locked down. Because right now, what we have is not working. So I want to end with a quote from The Anxious Generation. You may be thinking that screens in schools are here to stay. You just can't put the genie back in the bottle. But handing children unrestricted access to screens is like the Titanic. And I say, hell yes, turn the boat around because it's sinking our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Sonia Switters, followed by Tara Marshall.
Good evening. I'm a parent of 2 kids in the Folsom School District, and I've also worked as a pediatric physical therapist for the last 10 years in the Sacramento and the Folsom school, area. There has been an explosion of referrals in our clinics to the speech therapists, the occupational therapists, and the physical therapists with ADHD, 5-year-olds with anxiety, handwriting difficulties in 16 and 17-year-olds, mental health disorders, and behavioral disorders. All of these are linked to excessive screen time use, smartphones, and the explosion of social media and the exposure of our kids with excessive screen use. Excessive Chromebook use is associated with lower test scores, poor social and emotional development, reduced attention spans due to constant multitasking and screen time. I understand that COVID happened and that the school districts had to buy the Chromebooks to get the schools into the homes, but COVID is gone and they're in schools now, and it is time to reverse the policy and take them back out. I asked the board to consider banning Chromebooks from K through 2nd grade. That 3rd through 8th grade, the Chromebooks are only used for educational purposes in the classroom, There are no issued Chromebooks to students unless there's an exception. All the parents out here, we know the research and the harm of screen use, and we are trying to reduce it. And you are handing it to them and taking away the control that we have at home. We are trying to get them outside to play and not an hour or two on a screen doing homework. We just want them to go ride their bike, to touch grass, to socialize. And the tech is not proving to improve writing, reading, or academic scores. In 2024, only 35% of kids in 12th grade in the US were proficient in reading, only 30% of 8th graders. Research is showing that handwriting improves cognition, learning, and memory retention. The more they're typing on their screens, the less they're handwriting, the less that they're learning, and the less that they're keeping that information in their heads. I support a full ban from cell phones in high school because I value the personal relationships that they should be having at lunchtime. I don't know what they're checking. I don't know what a 14-year-old needs to check during the day, but I know that that face-to-face interaction that they are not having with their peers and their class is invaluable. I ask you to vote for our kids, for their health, and for their future. And I think education for the parents and all of the students on the harmfulness of screens and technology is really important. At our school, we're having meetings on cell phones to educate parents on all of the harms that this is causing. And I hope that you keep our kids' future in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Tara Marshall, followed by Nicole Villapano. We'll move to Nicole Villapiano.
All right, well, thank you guys all for sticking around late to have this really important conversation. My name's Nicole Villapiano. I'm a pediatrician here in Folsom. And I come to this conversation also as a mom of a first grader at Goldridge. And, in my practice, I spend time counseling families every single day about digital technology and how we can keep our kids safe, how we can keep our kids thriving. I can just talk to you about my day today. Out of the 20 kids I saw, 19 of them had a screen or digital media related problem. It is it's an epidemic that I'm seeing in my practice, and that all of our community members, our educators are seeing playing out in our children's mental health, in our children's development, in our children's social relationships. And I think that's also filtering through later on into the workforce. So what I come here today to do is to talk a little bit about some of the data around specifically Chromebooks. I have opinions on cell phones too, but and data on that, but let's stick to Chromebooks just for this. First of all, a big RAND study came out showing that, on average, it's costing districts $500 per student annually to maintain Chromebooks and all the software and support that comes with that. For a class of 26, that's around $15,000 a year. A lot of money. So are we getting any value out of that money? And the academic outcomes would say no. There's a big report from UNESCO, another one commissioned by the Department of Education, that say that the data is showing that academic outcomes in reading and in math are not improving in elementary education using these Chromebook technologies and other digital media tools. For me as a pediatrician, the developmental data is really concerning. And I think some of the parent commenters tonight have brought up really excellent data-driven points that, we are seeing that when we're using engagement-driven digital ecosystems in the school environment, that it's having a negative effect on behavioral problems, on depressive symptoms, on academic achievement. And this is really consistent over time. A big meta-analysis was actually just published 2 weeks ago in JAMA Pediatrics demonstrating that this is happening. So, with that being said, I think that there is an opportunity to really think about the return on our investment. Why are we putting all this money towards Chromebooks when, in fact, that money could be used towards teachers, towards retention packages, signing bonuses, smaller class sizes, paraprofessionals? how can we redirect those funds to things that are actually going to give us that return on investment? And I know that's what we all want. So I know you guys are thinking about starting a task force. I'd love to be included on that and would volunteer my services. I also have a lot of data that I printed for the board in terms of like a literature review on this topic. I'll share it with Ms. Griffin, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Tony, please come to the podium.
Oh, yay. First of all, I just want to be sure to say that I'm saying this as a teacher myself and not as a rep of FCEA. Many of you know me, you know how blunt I can be, so I'll get right to the point. I've seen every fad in education in the last 25 years. And right now, the biggest harm that we are facing is one-to-one Chromebooks. They've become worse than cell phones, in my opinion. They're not just distractions, but simply put, they are a hindrance, not a help. I highly recommend a book by neuroscientist and educator Jared Cooney-Horvath, The Digital Delusion. It's a scathing indictment of technology in the classroom. And I could cite page after page after page in this book. You can see all my sticky notes. But here's just some of those findings. Students are off task for 38 minutes for every hour in the classroom. The Program for International Student Assessment, the PISA tests, reported that students who spend 6 or more hours a day on devices score 66 points lower than their peers who do not use them. A 2021 study for the Program for International Reading and Literacy administered its test in both digital and paper formats. The digital results were so poor that only the paper results were published. And finally, today's children spend more hours in the classroom, yet are developing more slowly. But here's the kicker. In countries where traditional schooling has remained largely intact, this decline hasn't occurred. In those places, scores are still rising. The message is clear. Put simply, students who learn online often become stuck, unable to export their skills into the real world. Meanwhile, students who learn offline become adaptable and are able to transfer their skills quickly into digital environments. Today's students are, to be blunt, simply not flexing their cognitive muscles. And with the advances in AI technology, students are looking for the quickest and easiest way to complete a task. And when that happens, there is zero learning. And what do? We basically hand them the tools to cheat and then punish them for doing it. In-class devices and online curriculum in general is making our kids less successful. Good teaching is good teaching, but that is hard to do when we don't eliminate the obstacles to learning, and that's what these devices have become, obstacles. It's not my job to be tech support or some sort of computer nanny. I'm not saying this should be eliminated. Let's go back to the Chrome cards where we control the access. When computer-based activities are appropriate, I'm all for it. But I'm frankly tired of having to catch students watching sports films or trying to solve the Wordle. Let's go back to good pedagogy, handwriting, note-taking, on paper. I've brought back blue books. Y'all remember those from college? Call me a Luddite if you will, but we need to get rid of these things sooner rather than later. It is a desperate situation.
Thank you, Tony.
Thank you.
Those are all the comments. Thank you.
Madam President?
Yes.
I know this is just a discussion item. We don't have any action item, although we can give direction to staff because it could come back to the board as an action item. What I'd like to just throw out for conversation purposes right now is the idea of creating 3 task forces. And charge them to act quickly and meet and come back with recommendations to the board. We can give some ideas to the task force. They can come back accepting those ideas or rejecting those ideas and with something else. But what I'd like to propose is that we have an elementary school Chromebook task force and have them at least discuss the idea of a K through 2nd grade ban on Chromebooks, and then how we can potentially de-emphasize Chromebook use in grades 3, 4, and 5. The second task force would be a middle school task force about how we can decouple one-to-one Chromebook, issuing Chromebooks to 6th grade through 8th grade and returning them to Chromebook carts, and how we could potentially support the teachers with instruction if that's going to be an issue, or let's find out, right? We need to talk to the experts. The experts are in the classroom. The third task force is for high school, and it's uniformity and discipline in the classroom related to cell phones. I am okay for now at staying with option A as long as we can work on uniformity on, so that doesn't matter if it's, you're at Cordova High, Vista, Folsom High, they're all doing the same thing. We don't have the English teacher at Folsom High doing something different than the psychology teacher at Folsom High. And the task force would also need to come back advising the board of what does the board need to do to support the teachers in that. So the teachers feel confident that they are enforcing a policy in the classroom in the exact same way that every other teacher is in the district. And they have the support of the administration and they have the support of the board. And so those are the 3 task forces that I would like to see us consider creating. And again, my only hesitation with task forces is sometimes it takes like 3 years. I don't want to wait 3 years to get the recommendation of task force. I'd like to get their recommendation by June. So anyway, let me stop there and see what my colleagues think.
I think it just leaves out high school Chromebooks. So maybe we want a middle school, high school conversation.
Yeah, I had thought about that, and I'm not opposed to that. But much the same way we did with cell phones, that we implemented it at the middle school first. But I have no problem if we have a 4th task force on
I think
Chromebooks.
Tony volunteered to be a part of it.
Okay. Yeah, because, but I almost would like it to be a 4th task force for Chromebooks in high school, because the middle school teachers, there might be reasons that we want to be more prescriptive and restrictive at the middle school level than perhaps at the high school level. So I wouldn't want there to be a one-size policy, but I'm fine with if we want to do that too.
I venture to say creating that many task forces and finding time for that many, because I think my concern is having voices of expertise that maybe aren't just the teachers in the room, like pediatricians or physical therapists, like people that have valuable voices. I think it's a lot to expect them to attend multiple meetings in these task forces where their voice would be very valuable in each of those. So
a secondary, that's fine.
As somebody who organized and implemented a lot of different professional developments, and I think the way you organize it could be very similar to that, it would almost make sense to ensure that there are voices from all grade levels, but potentially start, even if it's starting with one task force meeting and then separate out into the grade groups after that. Just logistically, I think that it's important to have the right voices in the room. And when we put 4, 5, 6 meetings on a calendar, it won't happen. And so if we want action, we have to be realistic in what we're putting forward.
Board Member Lofthouse, you've convinced me. Maybe the task force for Chromebooks will be a secondary, so 6th through 12th grade task force. Yeah.
Yeah, I think as it relates to what you're saying, Trustee Lofthouse, going back to Dr. Pitt, what problem we're trying to solve, I think it became really clear at screen time. And I think a whole group with expertise to talk about screen time, and then some potential breakout sessions we could host here and get in other places that are more honed in on the developmental stages, and we put the different expertise into those spaces. Makes a ton of sense. I think time frame wise, I hear you, right? the problems now, right? So we don't have 3 years. But if we're going to make any major shifts, I think one of the things for me that's really resonated from the math presentation, this presentation, is that we really have to center the teacher in all of this, because he or she is the leverage point, right? All of this is tools. This curriculum adoption is a tool. The teacher is the most important adult in our system, and they have to have the right amount of support from the district and the board and the community to be able to do their jobs well, because it's a really hard job. We all know that. So if we are going to make any recommendations that change their instructional approaches at any grade level, we're going to need to have some training time built in to how that's going to impact their pedagogy. You heard that fancy word, the art and science of actual instructing. So I would think in pencil timeline, that makes sense. I'd have to think about stuff, but recommendations coming prior to the end of this calendar year, so December, January, with any changes being trained for implementation the following year. I know you said June, David, but there's going to have to be some training. If all of a sudden there's no Chromebooks and you've been relying them on our TK5 adoption includes Friday, potential small group instruction with technology. If the task force are recommending no technology, well then adaptively, they have to better understand what they're going to do instructionally on those days, or did it have to be some planning around that? That's just kind of my thinking, but I'll take obviously the direction of the board. I think there is a balance here on the quality of the recommendations and how we're supporting adults to do that, and trying to figure out and thread that needle is going to be really important.
It just feels like, gosh, a year and a half I get it. I understand, about training and the like, but it just seems like I mean, this is a crisis, and we need to be in crisis mode to solve this. I mean, this is our youth. This is our future. And I just, to my heart, I feel like a year and a half is unacceptable. It's more lives lost, not literally, but figuratively, in this crisis, and we need to treat it as a crisis and do everything we possibly can to get on top of it. Now, all right, maybe is June too ambitious? All right, maybe it might be too ambitious, but maybe can we go back and talk to the union and get their sense, that is it possible to do something at a faster pace? And by the way, maybe the issue because I mentioned 3 different maybe task forces, maybe one is more challenging than the other 2, or maybe 2 are more challenging than the third. So maybe one of them we can get something back by June, and maybe another one you're going to say, October is probably the best we can do at this point to get something back to the board.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think creating a contrived endpoint probably isn't the most effective way to make change. And so I think I want to just name for the board that it's not simply getting people together, then making a decision, and poof, it's good, because there is going to be, what we heard from our high school principals as well, is there's some training pieces and some expectation pieces, because I have heard a lot around very clear expectations. I think Evelyn said it really, really well. I talk about warm demander pedagogy all the time to our team, to this board, high care, high expectations. And if we're in a high care, low expectation environment, that's what you're seeing when everyone's allowed to be on their phone or take a nap, I think you said. Check in with Dr. Strawn after this. It's on that one. So, yeah, okay.
She's aware.
So yeah, I not to belabor the point, David, I think you're right to say let's keep an open mind. All with direction from the board. I'm good on a sense of urgency right now on getting these cobbled together with the right people in the room and having our first convening, and then taking it from there.
There's 2 professionals in the audience that I think we need to, or maybe 3, that we need to include.
Tony's a professional.
Yeah.
So maybe 4.
Well, Tracy, we already know you're a professional.
Getting the medical community's input, I think, is helpful.
100%.
It just feels like it could be a little bit of a stepped approach. I think that what we're dealing with in elementary is going to be probably a faster process than, when you're talking about a 1-to-1 taking home, that's a little bit different than what we've got going on in the K through 2, so that might be something that we can address early in the year next year. You know, and as, you know, because I think if we can kind of maybe talk about like maybe like August time, getting some initial findings back maybe from the group, that might be a realistic, you know, and then, you know, because you're not physically taking a computer back from a student, right? You know, we're not having to deal with any of that process and things
In
like
elementary,
that.
that's
In
right.
elementary, right? You know, so the elementary component could probably be addressed a lot sooner
You're right.
as we move through. And then we can say, hey, maybe now it's like we're addressing the middle school and the high school is coming right behind it. I think the cell phone is probably something that could be much quicker because I think we've already got a lot of that groundwork done with that, you know, and so I think if we could prioritize that so that when we roll out for the next school year, that we're all on the same page and the teachers are all on the same page and that we, between now and then, are doing what we need to do on our end to make sure that we've got the supports to them that they need. That I think is a much faster process because I think probably with the cell phones, we're probably like 80% there. We're talking about maybe a 20% gap that we're kind of dealing with. So that feels like that's a faster process.
I do really think, and not to put FCEA on the spot right now, I do think it would support, I think it was, well, it's one of our principals, I'm not sure if it was Howard or like, I would love a joint communication about the expectations around cell phones that our principals would have a backing of that FCEA and for high school teachers, right? And the district is sending a message that I'm seeing nodding heads, so I really appreciate that the expectation is that we're not on cell phones and they have the support of the administration and the district to enforce that clearly. And then we can work task force wise on what that looks. They already have their own policies. I mean, I was a high school principal 10 years ago and we were doing cell phones, like, you know, so it's something that they're very familiar with. And I see FCA nodding, so I think we're good there. And I do agree. I think there's some things that actually, might not need a bunch of training, just a shift in, okay, we're no longer doing that. And so I think we're close. And so I'm good on the direction. I have heard from the board, and I don't want to make any assumptions, but as it relates to possible path forward on cell phone, I think I heard consensus because I heard Kara, David, you even changed to A, and YK say A, maintaining our current policy with the task force recommendations, and then the other task force to really dig deep in with partnering with professionals as well as our teachers and families on what a model for FCUSD looks like that is best with social-emotional learning, best instructionally and pedagogically, and supporting our students to be successful as they head out into a 21st century world. So I think I'm clear. Are you guys all good with all of that?
I can be good with A as long as we're moving forward with those changes.
Okay. So I'm good on A, and then I'm good on, we'll talk, we always debrief on Executive Cabinet debriefs Friday, and we'll unpack this and start to get task force. We have contact information from all the folks interested and all the doctors that came out. I mean, we got doctors over here, we got doctors out there. So Dr. Pitt, would you like to close us out on this item?
Thank you so much. Really excited. I mean, you may not believe me, but I'm really excited to dig in on the instructional piece and having 4 kids of my own and watching, you know, my stepdaughter do math on a computer. Interesting. I'm like, don't you need paper? So I think there's a lot of room to grow. And I do think that, you know, we could be in the cutting edge on how to make improvements. So I'm excited. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we already did our information items, so we'll move on to superintendent's report.
Yeah, I just have 2 brief updates, and I don't know if we're going to need to extend.
No, actually, Madam President, if I may, make a motion to extend the meeting past 10:30, 10:45, no later than 11. How about that? That's my motion.
Motion by Mr. Clark.
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Reed.
Ms. Long, if you're still there.
Aye.
Ms. Lopez Petracca.
Aye.
Mr. Chalem-Churla.
Aye.
Mr. Clark.
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse.
No.
Mr. Reed.
Aye.
Ms. Larrett.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1.
Lofthouse is feeling contrary tonight.
Meeting adjourned. Okay, so I just have 2 brief announcements. As the audience at home, as well as everyone in here, I hope you've taken notice that our boardroom looks a little bit different. We have some amazing art displayed. It's just a fraction of the amazing art that our students in the district, we had an art show last week, highlighting the artistic, the incredible artistic I'm so late, I'm tired. Artisticness, that's not a word, artistic ability of our students receiving special education services and other students as well. We had an art show here. I want to send a special congrats and shout out to Lilia Neal, who's one of our special ed project coordinators, and her planning team for putting this together. And Lilia knows from my request last year that I like to see the art up in here at a board meeting, and it was a great meeting for this art to be displayed. So thank you for that. And then my second announcement is that some of our schools have already started the CASP, right? The California Assessment of Student Performance and Progress. So I want to wish all of our schools, all 3rd through 8th graders and 11th graders take this test. It's a kind of a high stakes test. It's what the California dashboard is populated from. And so want to wish all our students and families good luck on the CASP. Man, obviously get enough sleep, eat a good healthy breakfast and all of that. But I want to also share that the Ed Services team has been doing a really amazing job with our principals and supporting them and really increasing our focus on continuous improvement and data and the vulnerability that comes with data that our team needs. And they hosted a principal meeting this week, and I was overly impressed with the professional nature of our team and how engaged they are in improvement. And I had an opportunity to speak briefly, and one of the things I said as it relates to the CASP is that the CASP is just a mirror. Like the beauty that's happening and the learning that's happening for our students through the amazing work of our hard work of our teachers is happening minute to minute in our classrooms, right? Minute to minute every single day, 180 days of that, is that the CASP is just one little data point and reflection. And I want everyone to do really well and do their very best on it. But it is simply one measure of all that goes into making sure our students have an amazingly joy-filled, engaging, rigorous school experience from preschool all the way to our adults. So just want to wish luck on the CASP, but also just acknowledge all the hard work that happens every single day. So that's all for me.
Okay, move on to board member reports. Ms. Luong?
Okay, I'm gonna try to be brief. I'm also super tired. But this past week at Vista, we had Senior Survivor Week. So while the juniors are doing CASP testing, all the seniors get to play fun games on Tuesday and Wednesday. So Tuesday was just Infomania. So we had a lot of information about our like ball and stuff like that. And then Tuesday was like a big crab soccer tournament, and then we got sandwiches. So it was very fun getting to bond with the rest of my class this past week. And then also earlier this week, I interviewed the 4 candidates for student board member at Vista. So there's 4 student board member candidates from Vista, and then we also got 1 from Folsom High, and which I think Evelyn and Miss Ambrosini interviewed earlier today. And we're excited to see what the future holds for these candidates, as we'll be emailing them tomorrow that they can initiate and start their campaigns. So excited for that. And then I also hosted a virtual town hall meeting last weekend for my like Folsom constituents, because I wanted to inform them about what happened at the previous board meeting and then also talk about agenda items for this board meeting. But no one showed up, even though it was virtual. It was just like a Zoom meeting office hour situation that they could attend. But it's all good, because earlier this week, just this past week, I was just learning how to make the best of situations. I mean, obviously I'm on Zoom right now, so we're just kind of going with the flow of things and just still trying to prioritize student voice in my work. So I still did make a video and made a summary of what happened at the previous board meeting and what to look forward to. So that's just what's been going on. And then I just apologize for not being able to make it to the board meeting today, but I really thought all the discussions that we had were very insightful, especially the math textbook curriculum and also the phone conversation. So thank you, and I hope everyone has a good night.
Thank you so much. Ms. Lopez-Petrarca?
Yes, so as Addie mentioned, we had the interviews, and I had the opportunity to interview the Folsom candidate, which was very fun. It was on Zoom because we had a couple difficulties, and then also I have to be here. But yeah, interviews went well, and then also with the Cordova candidates. So their voting window is from March 25th through like April 3rd. And then when we announce the student board members, we're still waiting on the date since we like have to validate votes and stuff like that. So yeah, you guys are gonna start missing me soon. And then me and Addie had our CSBA meeting, and we discussed like LCAP impacts of student needs and like wants with other student board members across the state of California. And then at Cordova, we have a rally tomorrow, and our theme is Teen Beach. So this whole week we had Spirit Week. And then today it was Theme Thursday. So you dress as like any Teen Beach characters. And then something cool we did is that the seniors and juniors are sharing a poster. So we're all combined and we're gonna be surfers. And then the lower classmen are gonna be, oh shoot, what are the ones? It's like the bikers. And so at first we were like, no, but we want the bikers because it's way cooler. But the rally, sorry, lower classmen, but the rally is outside. So then the senior class president, a very close friend of mine, Juan, was like, no, we're gonna have them die in the heat. Why are we gonna wear black? And then I was like, wait, that's a great idea. So now we're gonna be chilling during the rally and everything. And then the poor lower classmen are gonna be dying of heat. But so that's that. And we have officer elections for the incoming ASB class officers. And then our spring fling on March 27th. And as Superintendent Swanson mentioned, we have CASP next week. So while the juniors are testing, the seniors are gonna be having fun during our flex classes, advisories. And yesterday was the Seal of Biliteracy test for the students that signed up for it and qualified for it. And our graduation performance auditions are on March 31st. And if I don't audition, then I'd be a judge. So that's very exciting. Yay. And that's all I have. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Lofthouse?
No report tonight. Thank you.
Mr. Clark?
I want to send a special thanks to Peter J. Shields, Riverview STEM, and, well, Amy's gone, but Cordova High for their hospitality and allowing me to visit some of the classrooms and hang out with the students. I am very sorry that I missed the art show. That is, in my past 10 years, that is one of my favorite events to attend. Unfortunately, I had some family issues, so I couldn't make it. I did want to briefly report on my activities this past week. I had the opportunity to participate in the annual Legislative Action Week, and I highly recommend it for any board member who gets a call from CSBA to have a sit-down chat with our state leaders. This week I actually met with Senator Ashby and Assemblymember Nguyen, and during the discussions, obviously our role, or my role as a CSBA director, and obviously Kara's role as a delegate, is to advocate for certain things. So my meetings, I advocated for critical budget priorities, including protecting Prop 98 guarantee by urging the rejection of the proposed $5.6 billion they plan on withholding, fully funding the cost of living adjustments, and ensuring proposed student support and professional discretionary block grant is fully discretionary for our local education agencies. We also spoke to our state leaders about the 4-bill package. Obviously, is supported by California School Board Association, and it's an initiative that we have in closing the achievement gap. We don't talk about that enough. But the bills that we're supporting is AB 2225, establishing a state plan for closing the achievement gap, AB 2514, creating a state of achievement gap public dashboard, and AB 2149 mandating annual reports on the state's progress in closing the achievement gap, and AB 2202 establishing a State Board Education Advisory Commission on closing the achievement gap. I'm pretty sure there's more to come. I did tell those two state leaders that I would definitely be in touch with them to continue to advocate for full and fair funding, obviously, for our teachers as well. So I always look forward to advocating for our students and schools at the state level. As far as the district level, I'll be visiting real soon. That's it.
Thank you so much. Mr. Reed?
Thank you. Yeah, just briefly, just kind of more of an observation. First of all, how did we get to March 19th? It seems like each school year goes by faster and faster. But it just kind of dawned on me. I was thinking about the school year so far, and it's, knock on wood, it's been, in my mind, a remarkably smooth year. And that really goes to the teachers, that goes to the administrators, that goes to the folks in this office, right up to the superintendent. And but I just feel like everything is dialed in and it's clicking and we're making progress. Is it where we want to be? No. But it takes a while to get where we want to be. Which takes me to recognizing, it's already been recognized, but the superintendent with his Superintendent to Watch Award, well-deserved. Next year, how about Superintendent of the Year? Let's go higher.
Yeah.
But no, in all seriousness, congratulations on that recognition. Clearly, they got it right. You definitely are the superintendent to watch. But it's a team effort, right? It's the whole team. The whole team is everybody. From janitorial to the bus staff, to the classroom instructors, to the front office staff, all the way to the superintendent. And you and everybody are doing an awesome job, and I just wanted to recognize that. And that's really all I have to report.
Good. That's good. Yes, ma'am. I'll make it fast. Again, congratulations on the award. Angie, I think when you were giving your math presentation, one quote I wrote, "Flat data is not a failure, but feedback for improvement." Thank you. Right? There is an opportunity, room for improvement. You guys are coming along very well. And I'm visiting along with Superintendent and Janet, school visits, those are awesome. Well, one thing we discovered in Folsom Middle School, in the center of that, there is a solar panels and a nice equipment and everything. We were casually asking the principal, what is that? She has been there 80 years, I don't know. So I'm just saying, as a visit, what we asked the staff at the site, it is a SMUD solar testing or equipment. Kids can work with it and play with it. Right away, principal said, I'm going to start using it right away. So I just want to give a small things, right? But the school visits are awesome whenever we go. So that's awesome. And one more, again, Mr. Swanson, I think 2 weeks ago, we did talk about the math test. Yes, thank you so much. And Angie, please pass it down to all your team members. I think you updated the board that there will be a makeup or something in similar nature for kids. Whosoever has missed it, they will get an opportunity. Thank you again. And this is more important one, Women's History Month. Women's leading in their powers. I have, two of my colleagues, they're putting their best efforts. Look at that, 10:40. I know Chris said only 10:45. I got to cut down this short, right? They get paid only $480. But look at that, they have a family to take care, kids to take care, of course, husband too. Thank you. for whatever you are doing as a service, and all the leaders there, women leaders. Thank you. Good night, Folsom. And Rancho Cordova.
Thank you. I will keep mine very brief. Yeah, I think the biggest thing for me tonight was just wanted to like say how much I appreciated my colleagues for a subject that in the past for us has been kind of a contentious issue. I felt like really like coming like a really good sense of like collaboration, and it's I don't know, this year I feel like there's been like just a sense of vibrancy that's within the district, and I think that's just really like filtering down. I feel like passion, I feel excitement. You walk in, you're talking to teachers, they feels like there's passion, there's excitement. I appreciate the executive staff. I know they're working really, really hard. And there just seems to be like a cohesion that's there that I think is just really moving us forward. Because it's like every day we open up Sacramento Beat and it's like chaos around us, you know, in different districts. And so I just feel like very blessed that we are the district that we are, and just really appreciative of the staff that has kept us from certain pitfalls that other districts have actually, you know, fallen into and are kind of dealing with some of these issues. And so I'm just really, truly grateful for all the work that staff does to make sure that we're on track and that we can continue to support our students and our families in a positive manner where we're making smart decisions and are, you know, really looking to the future. I want to thank Mr. Martin for his work. He's not here, but really a lot of what he has put down for us has kept us out of some of the situations that some of our fellow districts have been falling into. But did just want to extend my extensive gratitude to my colleagues of a really great conversation tonight. And I feel really positive about the direction that we're moving into. And I'm kind of excited to see kind of where we go in the next 18 months as we kind of like move through some of these processes. Other than that, we will move on to the next item, which is advanced planning. Our next board meeting will be on April 16th. And then we will move to suggested future agenda items if there's anything anybody would like to add.
So real quick, if you can go back, I'm sorry, Madam President. For next board meeting, just also naming the special joint board meeting, the 5x5x5 with the city councils in both Rancho Cordova and Folsom. Just a heads up, I've been working with both city managers and planning that agenda. It's coming along. That meeting will be, because it's a special, we're obviously all going to be down there. It'll be in person only, non-televised. We do have secured Cordova High's culinary to cater some hors d'oeuvres for us. We're going to work on getting maybe a jazz band to do a little something for us. But I just wanted to give you a heads up that we're working on the agenda. I think it'll be the second of its kind, and I'll keep you guys posted on the agenda as it gets formed.
Fantastic. Okay, so suggested future agenda items, to make it quick because you have like 20 seconds.
Yeah.
Quick.
I know we discussed before about the transportation, the board policies, we can revisit.
Yep. Consensus on that? Yeah.
Consensus? Yeah, okay. Review of board policy.
Where would that go, to policy committee, or where's that going?
Yeah, go to the policy committee, but we would need to invite some feedback on it prior to the, because I don't know what I'm taking at this point.
I think some of it is that, you know, and I understand what my two colleagues are saying, but I think we have to also look at what is our current bandwidth for our transportation. And I think we have to be considerate of like, you know, what we have for bandwidth right now. And also maybe have a conversation about, especially with some of the changes that we're making in transportation, of what that will lead to some increased bandwidth. Because I think as we are right now, I don't think that the bandwidth is actually there for us to try to keep those current routes, I think is what some of the issue is. So I think we need some additional feedback maybe from Mr. Martin as far as maybe what that future bandwidth might look like and some of the strategies that they're maybe putting together.
You got it?
Does that kind of make sense?
How about if it just comes back as a discussion item so that we can get some feedback and then we can provide some direction?
Exactly.
So that way it doesn't, yeah.
That's fine. As a discussion item for discussions, yes.
Because I feel like it's more that, you know, because it's like we can change the policy, but if we change the policy and then we can't provide that, then I feel like we would be really jumping the gun on changing a policy.
That is why it's actually the AR that does. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, so I've heard, I don't want to put words in your mouth, YK, but David made a suggestion about it coming back. Our recommended changes coming back as a discussion item, so you have more of the full scope. I know that you, David, and you, YK, have that from the Superintendent Budget Advisory Committee, but for the full board to consider and then take recommendations about if there's any shifts in the board policy. And also squaring really quick, like what is the board, what's the purview of the board policy and what's the purview of the AR? Because we want to make sure that the governance team is governing and the district team is managing and applying. And so making sure that those lines are really, really clear as well. So discussion item, we got it.
Okay, other than that, I think without any further ado, we will go ahead and adjourn.